Turn your cell phone off.
I know.
Now, call the meeting to order, Cindy, please, roll call for me, please.
President Tay,
Present?
Vice President Yu. Present. Clerk Michi,
Present?
Board Member Dr. Apadaka,
Here.
Board Member Mr. Beach,
Present?
Board Member Dr. Yuhasa,
Here.
Board Member Dr. Rivas. Present. Thank you.
Thank you, Danielle. This evening, we will be discussing the following items in closed session. Council for Labor Negotiators, update and negotiation with ABCUSD, AFSCME, and CSEA, and existing litigation, Special Education Settlement Agreement, OAH number 2019-120715. Now, I'm gonna ask our clerk, Ms. Michi, public comments on closed session, do we have any?
I'm unaware of any public comments. Public session.
Okay, in that case, I would ask a motion to the closed session, please.
Madam President, I'll move to go into closed session.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. All in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Let's go to the closed session. With the, I know, well.
No, this here, we really moving?
Give it up.
Okay, the police
I'm going to. Hi, Joey. Congratulations on the baby.
Hi, Ray. Can you hear me okay? Whoops. Can you hear me? I think, are you muted?
I can hear you. I was talking to Tanya and I heard you through Tanya.
Sorry. Oh my God.
Well,
You know, I'm not familiar with Zoom that much. You know, I usually don't have this connection only because we're doing the spotlight on learning. So I'm like, I'm not, you know, real. I know there's like different features. I use Google Meet. So that's kind of my comfort zone per se.
You're doing it right. There you go. You're doing it right.
I just do the best I can. Let's put it that way. That's the best way I can describe it, I guess. I don't know.
Right.
So we'll, excuse me. Robert?
Yes, are you able to hear me?
Hi. I don't
Hi.
see your camera.
Oh, I didn't know I was supposed to be filmed. Okay.
You didn't know what?
I,
You'll be fine. Hello.
I you know around what time we're going to be speaking or?
At the beginning at 7.
Got it. Oh, wow.
So my colleague just texted me, Kelly Lee, that she said they can hear us.
Good.
So we should probably mute, huh?
Yes, probably.
Yeah. I am.
That's pretty color. I love this one.
Not yet. Could you do it? No. I'll put it on the screen right now. Scott. Scott.
Here we go.
Ashley, was the expectation that we log in?
No.
No, right? Yes? We're logged in now.
Oh, it's just gonna be a wide, that's right.
See on the top?
So is there a camera on us?
Yes,
Yeah, right there.
Oh, as a general, never on system. Oh, that's cool. I don't have to.
Today, we cannot focus on the person. Today, we cannot focus on person who's top speaking, has to be all of them.
Where is the camera?
And there's the
Camera's right here. Okay. Just one camera.
We really can't touch it. They put us at the very end of the table for a reason, I'm sure.
Whether you're recording or not, I don't know whether you're recording or not right now.
The what? Yeah, Mike. We don't have to school. Okay.
Now, I'm asking motion to move forward back in the open session. Can I have a motion and second?
So move.
Second.
Thank you. And please silence your phone. Danielle, can you do roll call for me?
Dr. Abenakis?
Here.
Mr. Lee?
Here.
Dr. Eugenio?
Here.
Ms. Kamichi?
Here.
Dr. Rios? Here. Mrs. Smith? Here. Mrs. Yu? Here. Thank you.
We welcome public comments, and anybody wishing to make a public comment must fill out a card on the table on my left, which is, today we're on Zoom, and we have Mr. Smith helping us, let us know how many people will be out there. All public comments are to be made during the public comment section, or at the time an item is presented and must be done before the item is discussed. Each comment must be no more than 5 minutes. But this is also depending how many people we have there, and before we can hear everybody present their thoughts. So we, I'm going to ask Mr. Smith, how many people we have out there?
Right now, we have one hand raised.
So we're going to maintain where we are right now, in that case, 5 minutes. Now, the closed section report out. Tonight in closed session, the board discussed conference with labor negotiators, update on negotiation with ABCUSD and CSEA. We also in closed session, the board discussed and approved a special education settlement agreement in the amount of $75,500 for student OAH numbers 201912075 by a vote of 7-0. Tonight, I'm going to break the rules tonight. I'm going to ask Dr. Su to be our president. And I think in the past year, Dr. Su and the staff are working very hard to make something impossible to become possible for a school. I hope my board colleagues understand that and support this education.
Please,
Dr. Su, please.
right hand on your heart. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Su. Thank you, all the things you've done with your cabinet. The next one is we're going to the presentation. The spotlight on teaching and learning is the teacher induction program. Dr. Zillow, the girl for now.
Thank you. So this evening, we are looking to just share a little bit about our teacher induction program and recognize our teachers who completed that last spring. We didn't get to do much of things like this past year, and so we were hoping to spend a few minutes just recognizing our teachers who completed induction, as well as our mentors and our principals and administrators who support them in that process. We will have a bit of an overview that I'll share with you about induction, and then we will recognize those who completed, our mentors, and move along with our evening. Just as an overview for induction, the program is designed to give our brand new teachers their 2-year individualized mentoring and support that they need to complete and clear their credentials. So for the state of California, induction is the process that is used in order to have a teacher clear their credentials. Currently in ABC, we have 10 students that are year 1 and 22 students who are year 2, and they're being supported by 15 of our mentors. But tonight we're going to recognize the ones who completed their program last year. Each new teacher is paired with an experienced, well-trained mentor. And they meet weekly and work on individualized learning plans. The mentors themselves are our own teachers in ABC, which is a little bit different than what other districts do. Many times other districts that work with LACO, LA County Office of Education, will have their mentors be from other places. LACO will provide the mentor. But we work within our own teachers to find experienced teachers who are willing to be mentors, and that takes additional support. They have to go through additional training and do additional work in order to meet the requirements to be a mentor. We typically have 100% completion, and that is no different with the class that just finished. And they remain in the teaching profession is something that LACO has tracked and found that our teachers stay in the profession, even if they may leave our district many times to move with family and things like that, they will still be with us. Our program is led by Ms. Stacy Hamagiwa, who has been with our program for over 20 years helping us, and I'm hoping she's going to be on the call to help with recognition and introduction of our 2 teachers who are going to share about their experience. So I'm not sure if Stacy's there.
I'm here, Dr. Zietlow. Thank you very much. Good evening, President Say, distinguished board members, Superintendent Dr. Mary Sue, and Cabinet. I have the pleasure to introduce 2 of our speakers this evening who will be sharing briefly about their experience while they were in the teacher induction program. Without further ado, I would first like to introduce our elementary speaker, and her name is Angela Chung. And I know Angela is on the call.
Hello, can everyone hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome, thank you so much. So good evening, Board President Say, distinguished board members, and Superintendent Dr. Mary Sue and Cabinet. My name is Angela Chung, and I teach 5th grade at Kennedy STEM Academy, and this is my 3rd year in ABCUSD. And I am so honored to share a little bit about my experience in the teacher induction program for the past 2 years. Although I currently teach at Kennedy, I worked at Stowers Elementary for the 2 years I was a participant in the induction program. And as a new teacher, 3 years ago, I would not have been as successful or confident in my teaching and pedagogy if it were not for this program, as well as the support of my program mentor, Sherry Tom, my Stowers principal, Pamela Miller, and our induction program coordinator, Stacy Hamagiwa. I have 2 main topics to elaborate the importance of: the mentor support received during the program, as well as the opportunities the district funded to make the program the ultimate support system for new teachers. To begin, having a veteran teacher such as Sherry Tom as a mentor made my first 2 years of teaching a success. We had weekly meetings where I continuously reflected on my pedagogy, learned new teaching methods, and grew professionally as an educator. The knowledge gained from the weekly meetings truly enriched the lessons in my classroom and allowed me to create more learning opportunities for my students. Secondly, the district offered 2 different opportunities for new participants. The district can cover the cost of the entire induction program or provide an opportunity to receive university credit, which is incredibly helpful to new teachers. I personally took the route of paying for the program and received university credit. This ultimately encouraged me to pursue my master's degree, and I am happy to announce that I recently received my master's in education and technology and learning methods early this year. I truly appreciate the district for providing me with the opportunity to further my education and funding the program for many teachers in ABCUSD. And as educators, we are lifelong learners. There is always something new to learn, and we have all experienced this firsthand with virtual learning, and now the introduction of hybrid learning. The induction program has helped me grow as an educator by providing the resources and tools to help me reflect on my practices and providing opportunities to give my students the high quality education that they deserve. Supporting new teachers through the induction program is the beginning of developing well-rounded educators for years to come. In closing, I would like to thank the ABC School Board for this opportunity to participate and for continuously funding the program. I would also like to thank my mentor, Sherry Tom, and my school's principal, Pamela Miller, for their support and constant encouragement, as well as the program coordinator, Stacy Hamagiwa, for all of her hard work in making the program run smoothly for participants. And finally, a huge thank you to the Human Resources Department and Dr. Gina Zietlow and Superintendent Dr. Mary Sue for so many years of support. I am proud and honored to be a teacher of ABCUSD. Thank you for your time and support, and I hope everyone has a great evening.
Thank you, Angela, very much. Thank you. Our second speaker, I have the pleasure of introducing, and that is Robert Kellerman.
Hello, are you guys able to hear me? Yes, awesome. Thank you for the thumbs up. Helps. Good evening, Board President Say, distinguished board members, and Superintendent Dr. Sue. My name is Robert Kellerman. I'm an adult transition teacher at Cabrillo Lane Adult School. Those unfamiliar with adult transition, I teach students with special needs ages 18 to 22 functional skills to help serve them after they leave the district. These skills include navigating the community safely, vocational skills, independent living skills, and more. As a student once put it, I teach adults adulting. I'm here tonight to share, just like my colleague, I'll share a little bit about the teacher induction program that I have been a part of for the last 2 years. It started in Miss Martha Muñoz's office, where we reviewed the different options to clear my credential, and the teacher induction program was the best option for me. Then Miss Stacy Ambigua was able to pair me with my amazing mentor, Stephanie Polutsky, who's a special ed teacher at Artesia High School. Being a new teacher in a district can be very difficult. It's been said new teachers may experience caffeine addiction, stress eating, and getting gray hairs early. And without Stephanie, I'd be a more jittery, larger, more gray-haired person than I am today. So thank you. It really is nice to have a mentor available to answer questions and get advice, especially as a new teacher. Together with Stephanie and I were able to meet in person weekly, complete the helpful LACO lesson plan assignments, and collaborate with other teachers at the district office. One activity that comes to mind that Stephanie was able to help me with was the budgeting activity that I still do to this day. This activity helps my students become more independent, resilient young adults. I would like to share an important statistic. About 50% of special ed teachers do not make into their 5th year of teaching. And I'm proud to say that I completed my 5th year of teaching last school year. And that's really a testament to the support I got from my admin, Dr. G, my adult transition team at my sites, special ed department, and of course the teacher induction program. In closing, I would like to give a big thank you to Dr. Sue, Dr. Zietlow, Ms. Stacy Amigua, Stephanie Polutsky, and of course the ABC School Board for the opportunity to participate in the induction program. I am proud that all of you see the value in investing in your new teachers. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Robert. So at this time, we we want to recognize and read the names of those who've completed induction. And so we'll start with Stacy reading the first list of names.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Zietlow. I hope that all or many of the graduates are watching or listening, and I wish that you were here in person. But again, I'm going to just read the names and just know that we are all clapping and shouting and want to wish you all the very best. We have Esteban Adami and Angela Chung, Christina Cuevas, Tina Doe, Mackenzie Elmer, Victoria Hewlett, Lisa Just, Mikhail Jefferson, Janice Kang, Robert Kellerman.
In addition, we have Carl Laborde, Jennifer Modillo, Jody Matsumoto, Clara Osborne, Julianne Pio, Rachel Smith, Mark Ryan, Brianne Shelley, James Trombetti, Rachel Trent, Ashley Wilson, and Teresa Zavaleta. In addition, we just want to take a moment to honor and recognize our mentors. Our mentors continue to go through training and be ready to provide support whenever it's needed. And so we want to say a big thank you to Rick Saldana, Sherry Tom, Casey Naranjo, Terry Berg, Kevin Hart, Kim Larkin, Elaine Lima, Stephanie Paluski, Bill Mead, Thomas Stone, Cindy Newell, Laura Visu, Christina Whiteman, Sharon Weber, Jill Yasutaki, Tyler Watts, Rhonda McNutt, Kay Yang, Fran Tate, Robin Nelson, and Nadia Hazar Sendejas. You know, overall, we're so thankful for the work they do, and really a lot of this work is done in what they call a triad between the coach, the mentor, the new teacher, and the principal or an administrator who is assigned to work with them. And so we also want to thank all of our principals and administrators who work with our new teachers. Their support is critical in this process and make it so that our new teachers are able to feel strong and can continue in the profession, which is our goal. So thank you to all of you this evening, and we look forward to many years of continuing to support our new teachers through induction. Thank you.
As the board, I do want to say thank you, the teacher, you complete your induction program, because it's hard. So you spend extra time to learn and to be trained. I want to thank you, and we, our board, welcome you to ABCUSD, and stay a little longer if you want to, and we want to appreciate it. I also want to recognize the safety Himajiwa. I should know better, part of the Japanese birth background. But I want to thank you for working so hard, leading those young Jedi and to the right path and offer those young Jedi the best education they have to our kids. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Okay, now we have a motion to move the agenda for regular meeting of March 16, 2021 minutes action, item 4.8-8 is being pulled off for tonight.
Apodaca, so moved.
Okay. Daniel, can you do roll call for me, please?
Dr. Apodaca?
Yes.
Mr. Beach?
Yes.
Dr. Eugenio?
Yes.
Mr. Nishi?
Yes.
Dr. Rio? Yes. Mrs. Day?
Yes?
Mrs. Yu?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
I am aware my voice kind of low, so I try to speak louder as much as I can. So may I have a motion to approve the minutes of the regular meeting of March 2nd, 2021?
Move to approve each.
Again?
Madam President, just a minor change on page 10 to take out the word Japanese. Mr. Cortez's statement accepted. With that minor amendment.
Okay, so we minor change on page 10, about checking here.
Take out the word Japanese.
Take out the word Japanese, and stop taking away from that, otherwise, we only favor Chris Daniel vote.
Dr. Apodaca?
Yes.
Mr. B?
Yes.
Dr. Eugenio?
Yes.
Mr. Nishi?
Yes.
Dr. Rios? Yes. Mrs. Day?
Yes?
Mrs. Yu? Yes. Motion passes 7-0 with the removal of the word Japanese on page 10.
Thank you, Danielle. Next, we're gonna have a student board representative, which is, we're gonna come as two students from Gar High School. One is the Manahil Khan and Anasio Mendoza of the Gar High School. Is you ready?
Good evening, President Say, Vice President Yu, Clerk Nishi, distinguished members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Mary Sue, and her cabinet. My name is Anais Mendoza, and I am here to present the board report for Gar High School. The freshman class cabinet had their classmates submit recipes for a class cookbook and have participated in this year's Kindness Box program, in which students passed along messages of support for fellow classmates, teachers and staff, local businesses, as well as their parents. The sophomore class hosted our virtual winter formal dance with the theme Starry Night on Friday, March 5th. They also held a spirit week leading up to the dance and facilitated student elections for our winter formal court. The junior class has been focused on Gar's prom court. They have had a few fundraisers at local businesses such as Tasty, Con Appetit, and Chipotle. They are also working on upcoming fundraisers such as AP examgrams and a yard sign sale for graduating seniors. The senior class is currently brainstorming virtual events. One such event is Glad's Funniest Home Videos, where seniors and staff will share funny clips to be shown at the upcoming candle roll ceremony. Our ASB held a virtual rally with an Among Us theme. During the week of February 15th, we participated in the district-wide Avatar The Last Airbender Spirit Week competition and placed third. Our commissioners of academics hosted a Jeopardy game, and ASB put on a club symposium to exchange ideas amongst the leaders of our student organizations. We held many Kindness Week activities, and our Kindness Box program was a success. More recently, we concluded Black History Month with a writing and art competition and are in full swing for our Women's History Month activities. We look forward to putting our plans for Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month into effect this May. 702 students made the honor roll with a GPA of 3.0 to 3.8, and 377 students made Principal's honor roll with a GPA of 3.8 to 4.0. That's a total of 1,079, or over 57% of our 1,876 students who have a 3.0 GPA or above. Pretty impressive. Additionally, over 200 students earned Scholar of the Quarter certificates. Our mental health professionals hosted Hear My Voice, a student healing circle in response to the events that occurred on January 6th. Students were given the opportunity to have a space for reflection, understanding, community, and support. More recently, on February 24th, they planned a student wellness workshop with 2 sessions, one in Spanish and the other in English. With the current COVID restrictions, the College and Career Center is offering students online resources to stay connected. Their Google Classroom and Instagram account have helped students stay updated with available resources. Through Zoom, they hosted informational workshops, financial aid, college, trade school, and military visits. The College and Career Specialist also hosts office hours where students can have a one-on-one meeting to develop a more personalized post-graduation plan. Athletics at GAR are up and running following all of the COVID guidelines provided by the California Department of Public Health and the state of California. GAR is scheduled to have their first water polo match tomorrow, March 17th, against Downey High School. Frosh football starts their season on March 25th against Dominguez, with varsity football playing at home the following evening, March 26th. Our tennis team is thoroughly enjoying our new beautiful tennis courts, and they are looking forward to crushing Linwood on March 30th. Both boys and girls soccer teams are looking to start their season in the next few days. Our baseball and softball teams are in full swing with 6 baseball seniors and 3 softball seniors, all earning either an academic or athletic scholarship. Our award-winning band recently held a 4-day solo competition with 14 adjudicators and staff to judge student performances. GAR students also had the opportunity to audition for the virtual ABC Unified School District High School Honor Band, and 68 GAR students were accepted. These students, along with high schoolers from around the district, will have a YouTube premiere performance April 15th. Thank you and have a great rest of your evening. Bye.
Your mom here, she will say, that's my daughter. No, this one, welcome and thank you for wonderful presentation by your school. And please let
Thank
your
you.
mother our board meet her. And you have a good night. Thank you. Go study.
I will. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Oh, hold on a second. I mean, Mendoza, we have one of board members. That's a question. Go ahead.
What is the virtual dance?
Our virtual dance, I believe we had games and students were able to win gift cards, and they had a DJ, I believe. There was a virtual DJ there too as well.
Very cool. That's very creative. Good job.
Thank you.
We have another one. Boy, I'm telling you. Go ahead, board.
Mike and I would like to say, go Gladiators. We're both alumni.
Thank you.
Wow. Well, I'm the neighbor, okay, right next to us. Thank you. Any other, we also have, Dr. Abaraka too.
Amy, how's your favorite board member? I got pictures that I'm gonna send your mom and your dad so they can embarrass you with it later, okay?
Thank you for that.
And we like you very much, and you worked very hard today. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. So our next one is Superintendent Report, Dr. Sue.
Thank you very much. I would like to really thank Anais Mendoza for a wonderful report regarding all the activities going on at Gar High School. Tonight, we are all meeting in person at this March 16th board meeting. Our board members, along with our executive cabinet members, including Tuan Nguyen, Dr. Valencia Mesa II, Dr. Gina Zelo, and I are in the boardroom tonight. In addition, we also have Scott Smith, Daniel Weisman, as well as Lisette Reyes, who are also in the room tonight. If all goes well, we will resume in person for the board meetings in this boardroom during the remainder of this year. On Friday, March the 5th, I met with the ABCUSD Region 14 superintendents regarding the numerous issues related to athletic issues. We also spoke about the extension of the school year for 21-22. On Saturday, March the 6th, I joined the Cerritos Optimist Club for their oratorical contest. 11 students from our district participated in the oratorical contest. They spoke about healing the world with optimism. The first place winner was Prince Osaka from Whitney High School. He will go on to the regional contest next. The second place winner was Keisha Mehta from Whitney High School. The third place winner was Morgan Colbert from Artesia High School. Again, congratulations to all the participants who joined the Cerritos Optimist Club oratorical contest. We will have several presentations tonight in this board meeting regarding the reopening of our elementary schools and secondary schools. This is part of the discussion for the COVID-19 safety plan, as well as the reopening school board safety plan. Both will have to be approved by the Board of Education before moving forward. We have met with all the principals regarding our reopening plans. They are aware of the conditions that students will be returning in. Will also be followed with a bond measure BB report. On Tuesday, March the 9th, I met with a number of principals at Aloha, Ferguson, Hawaiian, Palms, Willow, Betty, Artesia High School, and 2 council members in the City of Hawaiian Gardens. This included Maya Maravilla as well as Jesse Alvarado. It was a very positive meeting. Much of the discussion centered around including a vaccination center at Hawaiian Elementary School. Patty DuPont Taylor, who's our head of health services, is part of a group that can provide vaccines. However, much groundwork needs to be provided to the community. On Wednesday, March the 10th, I visited Cerritos High School in the East Gym. We have converted it into a vaccine center. Over 456 employees from our district were vaccinated with their first dose on that day. They will return for their second dose on April the 7th. In addition, over 108 employees went to California State University, Los Angeles, and Pomona to be vaccinated. 8 of our employees received their doses at Los Angeles County Office of Education. 22 employees in our district also received their doses at PIH Health Hospital in Whittier. These were for employees who were 65 and older. In addition, we had over 528 employees who indicated that they have received or were scheduled to receive their vaccinations elsewhere. To date, over 1,178 employees in our district have been vaccinated in our district. On March the 11th, I was on a video conference call with the California Leadership Management Institute. I am part of their steering committee that looked at broadening participation with our labor groups. And Ray Gear, president of ABCUSD, as well as Rebecca Michelle Macias, president of our CSBA unit, were on the video conference call with me. Yesterday, I was invited by Laura Ream, teacher track program, to participate in the Educators Rising program at Cerritos High School. It was a wonderful event with many dynamic students involved. I was the keynote speaker to discuss my journey in education and my background. Students responded to my message and asked numerous questions. We took a photo of ourselves at that time. I look forward to attending their future meetings on March the 23rd as well as April the 26th. This concludes my report, President Say.
Thank you, Dr. Sue. We know you work hard. Thank you. The next one, it will be our employee representative report. Mrs. Here, are you ready?
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead, George.
Good evening, President Say, Board Trustees, Superintendent Dr. Sue. My name is Ray Garrett. I'm president of the ABC Federation of Teachers. Tonight, you may hear some comments from my fellow ABCFT unionists coming to you in hopes of providing you with some insights as to the challenges they will be facing in the next 12 weeks of school. And tonight, you will also be voting on probably one of the most important MOUs in ABC's history concerning in-person instruction. I would like to shed some light on what I think are some of the most important challenges we will collectively face over the next 12 weeks as we transition into in-person instruction. Teachers voted overwhelmingly to support this agreement with the district, not for themselves, but because it was an opportunity to keep their students. The same students they've worked with and been emotional anchors for all year long. There's not one person at this meeting that hasn't been touched by the impact of COVID, and the lives of our students have been traumatically transformed and their school experience has been altered beyond recognition. The simple fact is that our students need us to be there for them as a district. Today, I was talking with a teacher who felt terrible that she wouldn't have the ability to come back to teach in person because of a medical condition. She wanted so desperately to do what she thought was right and was willing to step back and let a long-term substitute take over her class in person while she took a leave of absence because she felt her students deserved the opportunity to have a teacher in the classroom with them. Listening to her, I understood her professionalism and concern that she had for her students' well-being. I encouraged her to remain virtually with her students, even when they are in person, because there is no substitute that would know her students like she did. And there's no substitute that would know the curriculum like her. And there was no substitute that would know how to use technology as she did. But most importantly, her students were depending on her to be there because she has been their emotional support anchor. In many children's lives, it's the teacher that has helped our kids connect and get through this terrible situation with grace. Tonight, you'll vote on a plan to open schools that will move ABC in a new direction, and this course is not without challenges. I think it is very important for you to hear some of the reality of what we are collectively facing. Every day I speak with teachers and nurses that ask me if parents truly understand what we are facing. I really don't know, but I know that there are things they should know as part of their decision-making process. Being in person is going to have a steep learning curve with safety protocols, new school and classroom rules like walking in one direction down a hallway, or keeping a mask on at all times, or staying 6 feet apart at all times. We're not going back to a normal school, and parents need to look long and hard at what is best for their child for the last 9 weeks of school. Teachers will also face new challenges after an exhausting teaching school year, and to tell you the truth, they're frustrated, disappointed, and discouraged about technology changes they will face. They will have to adjust to new ways of delivering the curriculum as they juggle in-person and online students simultaneously. When ABCFT negotiated the MOU you are voting on today, it was assumed that our students would still be able to connect with each other using Google Meetings and Zoom meetings. But alas, we are hearing that that is not the case, and it is disappointing. No, it's beyond disappointing. It's a challenge we didn't expect to face after so many months of success in the classroom. So many of our teachers rely on using these platforms to deliver curriculum to the class together at the same time. Yes, it's true. In many classrooms, we will have document cameras and new ways to project on the TV screen in front of the room, but the delivery will be different. Will students be able to hear each other without these connectivity tools? We don't know. But for me, what is most troublesome is that teachers will no longer be able to create small group settings among the entire class. I've heard so many teachers tell me about how once they started introducing small breakout groups in the fall, that students who didn't usually have their camera on and didn't speak finally felt the space was safe enough for them to turn on their cameras and started to participate. Parents need to be aware that this is the reality we will face in the classroom because of bandwidth limitations within our district. Yes, we are hoping the district will deliver some workarounds, but the problem will remain. ABCFT will advocate for training, tech tools, supports, and workarounds that will mitigate the significant change to the way we utilize technology in our classrooms. Speaking on behalf of 1,000 teachers and nurses of the ABC Federation of Teachers, I hope you will approve this memorandum of understanding for the return of students to our classroom. It is a win for students, teachers, and the ABC community, and for the ABC School Board. It is the right thing to do, but it is also, I also hope that you will vote, when you vote, that you will understand the level of heightened expectations you're putting on teachers, nurses, and our classified brothers and sisters as they try to do what's best for the ABC students. We will thank you for your vote of approval because as teachers, although many are not thrilled about the situation we are presented with, we are professionals and we will carry out our side of the bargain. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, ABCFT President, Mr. Gare, and we really sincerely appreciate all the hard work our staff has been trying to work so hard and come back. Please send our appreciation to all the staff. I appreciate. I'm getting text that it's hard for the public to hear. So I need to take a break, a real short break, and let the staff to fix the sound system issue. Then we will show a sign to the public when we come back. So we have 5 minutes. We'll come to they say 5 minutes again. We'll show the rest of the thing.
That's your kid. Okay. How's the smile? If you look at us, eternal optimist too.
our families who have been patiently waiting for us to bring the students back to school. Thank you to our labor partners and staff for working closely with the district in planning to reopen our schools. We are proud that we work together to make sure no permanent full-time staff were laid off. A special thank you to Dr. Su and your cabinet for your hard work in meeting the challenge to reopen schools. I appreciate my colleagues who have hosted a forum with the families to listen to their concerns. As a reminder, we need to be careful in what we share, as many times there are issues in negotiations with our labor partners and plans that we are still processing. I want to thank you to our teachers. Many people have asked me if teachers will be safe, and I can tell them we are doing all we can, from PPE to plexiglass, to do so. The plan being presented tonight has been carefully considered. It was important to make time to make sure we get it right. We have been preparing behind the scenes for some time. I have visited many of our schools and other outside our district. I have been involved in many calls with the county and healthcare providers to try to arrange vaccination for our teachers and staff. Our superintendent and the staff have put in many hours to make sure we have a solid plan to provide the best education for our students while keeping them safe. Finally, I received information from community members who had an issue with the newly installed street light. Over the last 2 weeks, I have driven by almost all elementary and middle schools. Yes, some lights at our schools seem bright, and I share this concern with the superintendent and our staff, who is working on the issue right now. As always, district is doing our best to meet the residents' needs, and we thank you for notifying us. Thank you for your support, and I look forward to the work that we have ahead of us. Again, thank you, my colleague, and thank you to the staff and cabinet. Now, the next one will be public comments. We'll open that to clerk, Ms. Nishi.
Thank you, Madam President. Persons wishing to address the board should provide public comments during the public comment section via this following method: myabcusd.org/board meeting, and use the link or phone number to participate in the Zoom meeting. Using Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature during the public comments portion of the agenda or during the public comments time after an agenda item. If using a phone, please use 9 to raise your hand during the public comments portion of the agenda or during the public comments time after an agenda item. Then use 6 to unmute yourself when you're called upon to speak. Comments will be presented during the public comments section, which is limited to 1 hour, and each speaker to 1 presentation of 5 minutes unless the board wishes to waive the time limit. Those of group concern are encouraged to select a spokesperson to address the board. It's quality, not quantity. Comments submitted regarding specific agenda items will be presented during the staff comments, following the staff comments, and prior to the board's discussion and taking action. Adverse comments or remarks about a person's race, ancestry, ethnic group, identification, religion, color, national origin, sex, sexual orientation, gender, mental or physical disability, or age may not be made. Concerns presented to the board will be followed up and addressed by the appropriate staff. Thank you, Madam President.
You know how many people are waiting there to?
Mr. Scott.
Total 10. Now, I want to remind my board members here, we have total 10. It takes 5 minutes, our board said 1 hour. So we might have more people, more committee might come to present them their thought and their needs. I'm asking my board, maybe we can go down to 3 minutes, and then they can always come back to a second round. But we extend the hour to 1 hour and 50 instead of 1 hour, so more people can share. But if we don't have that many community come forward to present their needs and their thoughts, then the person can also come back in second round. And Scott, I might need you to control that for me if you can. The board okay with that, 3 minutes? Then they always can come back in second round. Or board member prefer 5 minutes. I need a consent with this.
I almost feel we should stay at 5. This is such an important topic and an important time. We should hear everybody out. There's only 13 hands raised, and most people don't use the whole 5 minutes. So we can change later if it's starting to run long.
Well, board, what do you guys think about it?
I agree. I mean, if we have 10 at 5 minutes, we may not have to go over the hour. Usually we don't. If we do, then I would, recommend that we limit to 3 minutes after the hour.
Okay, so right now down 8. Okay, thank you. Then we will continue. It's 5 minutes each for total 1 hour. Thank you. So back to you now, and Mr. Smith.
First speaker?
All right, our first speaker this evening
Is Gina Clayton Carvin. Gina, you're unmuted. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Board President Say, honorable board members, Superintendent Dr. Sue, and staff, and of course, the ABC community. My name is Gina Clayton Tarvin, and I am a 25-year teacher of the ABC Unified School District. I have taught in Hawaiian Gardens at Fetty Middle School, teaching 7th and 8th graders, and that was for 10 years. And now I've been the past 15 years at Cerritos Elementary School, teaching the 6th grade. I'm honored to be an employee, a teacher of ABC Unified. I am also a 25-year representative of ABCFT, Local 2317, our teachers union, and I served for over a decade on our union's executive board. Another job that I have, I guess my moonlighting job, is that I am an elected board member in Huntington Beach, serving not only Huntington Beach, but Fountain Valley, Midway City, and Westminster in the Ocean View School District, a neighboring school district to Los Angeles County, right in Orange County, across the county line. We have had our schools back in session in Ocean View School District in person since September 9th of 2020. Our teachers, the heroes that they are, and our classified staff were brave enough to come back without vaccines in a hybrid model and working. And even our special education teachers, special day class, work 5 days per week serving our students. And our general education teachers have been working with our students in a hybrid split week model, but it has not been simultaneous. And that's the kind of things that I want to talk to you about tonight, the challenges of being non-simultaneous and simultaneous. But before I get into that, I do want to give credit where credit is due. I want to say thank you to President Sophia Say for reaching out to me, speaking with me, asking to get ideas and advice on how to reopen schools. I want to give her full credit for coming to our school district and taking a tour. She came with me to school to drop off my son at one school and to see how drop off and pickup work. And also she came with me for a full school tour at our Oakview School, which is very similar to a Ferguson Elementary School in ABC Unified. Sophia, thank you so much for reaching out to me. Thank you so much for caring about our ABC students and taking the time to look into how it can be done right. I also want to thank Clerk Ernie Nishi. Ernie and I have known each other for years, just like Sophia and I have. And thank you, Ernie, for always reaching out to me and asking for assistance or help, and for allowing me to speak at your Zoom meeting that you had, the forum that you had. I so appreciated being able to lend my voice. I just want to say that, you know, there are pitfalls, there are challenges with any kind of hybrid instruction. And our teachers in Ocean View have been teaching non-simultaneously. And what that means is that cohort A kids come Monday, Tuesday, cohort B kids come on Thursday, Friday, and on Wednesday, they're all at home asynchronous. But what happens is with the Monday and Tuesday kids, they get to hear their teacher live in class, and the kids at home, the B kids, they don't get to hear their teacher. And so kids are missing out on important instruction that is given to them directly by their teacher. Well, with this MOU that we're about to enter into, if you vote yes tonight, we'll be able to have simultaneous instruction. And that means that teachers will be able to teach to their classes directly that are sitting in front of them, but also to their students that are online. And that's very important, I believe, because it will allow kids to have 4 days of instruction. And believe me, it really matters. And our parents are letting us know in Ocean View School District that they wish that it could have been that way too. Unfortunately, it wasn't. But the good news is we're going back to 5 days a week of in-person instruction in Ocean View School District by the end of the month. Now, ABC is not there yet, but we will be eventually. We'll be eventually able to go back to 5 days a week. So in the meantime, I want you to really think about this. I want you to think about the problems and technology issues that could happen and that could hamper us, teachers like me, from giving simultaneous instruction. We could have tech problems. We have bandwidth problems, we've been told by our tech department. And what I want to say is we're going to try our best. We're going to do the utmost to make sure that our students will get the instruction they need. But I want all parents to hear that are listening tonight. It may be a challenge. There may be issues. And I just want you to be.
Again, this is public comment time for items not on the agenda. If you're talking about the first item on the action portion of the agenda, which is reopening schools, we recommend that you provide public comment at that time. The next caller is a phone number ending in 555. Please state your name, caller, and you have 5 minutes. Please unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Hi, good evening. My name is Ed Young, and I want to actually revisit my concerns about the Whitney admissions process. I raised this issue about a month ago, and since then, I did have conversation with certain board members and staff about it, but my concerns are still unresolved. And just as background, sixth grade families have been notified that if a sixth grader is interested in being considered for Whitney, he or she must go in, take a 3-hour test in a group setting. It's indoors and in person. So there's no option offered. In fact, the letter states pretty clearly that it's take it or leave it. Now, isn't this the direct opposite of what the district has been saying publicly, right? So the district has been promising options. So options for families who want to go back in person, as well as options for families who are not comfortable yet in returning. So after working with staff for about 4 weeks, I was basically told that the best they can do is to put my child in the corner of the room and put up some plexiglass. So, you know, I don't know, like sitting in the corner and having plexiglass, I don't know, is that supposed to be safer? I'm not sure, right? I'm not a scientist, and it's definitely debatable if you read the research out there. But I'm not here to debate that. Let's assume that's actually safer for a minute. Then would this special accommodation be offered to all families? And if so, pretty soon you're going to run out of options in terms of corners, right? Because no matter how you cut it, a room only has 4 corners. So, you know, so which family will have priority over other families? I don't know. So, you know, I'm not the type of person who likes to whine and complain. So I did offer some suggestions. So for example, you know, why can't the test be given in an outdoor setting, you know, under shade and rain structures? We have those. And it's kind of like outdoor dining for those who are not yet comfortable with indoor dining. But, you know, I think my idea was shared, but it was basically brushed aside, and I was not given any explanation as to why we can't do it in an outdoor setting. Now, I was repeatedly told that I shouldn't worry because the district has already administered about 950 in-person tests with 0 incidents. So I asked, are these in-person tests administered in a group setting, or is it 950 times individually? And more importantly, I also asked, well, how was this conclusion of zero incident reached, right? What does it mean? So did the district closely monitor each student for many weeks after the test and then determine that neither the student nor his parents or grandparents got sick? I mean, how much monitoring and tracing was done? Or maybe did the district simply just reach that conclusion because no student reported any incident and there was no blame on the district? So I'm not sure, right? So I asked all these questions weeks ago, but really there was no answer provided. The bottom line is that, you know, statistically speaking, minority and low-income families are much more concerned about going back in person. And to me, that's why it's so important for us to offer options. Again, in the Whitney admissions context, there is no option. They're not offering any options, right? In a way, isn't the district ignoring the concerns of minority and low-income families in our community? Isn't Whitney for everyone? I know this issue might seem trivial, right, tonight, because in the bigger context of school reopening, but I think it is really important. It is important. It goes beyond our sixth grade families because it shows that the district, it seems like the district will not honor its promise of offering options.
All right, our next speaker, again, during public comment, not related to a board agenda item, is Barbara.
Mr. Smith, can you get the number of the previous gentleman? Has some questions, and maybe when our staff can contact them, give a more definite explanation to the speaker, the last one? 5555? You have that? Okay, yeah, our staff, please follow up. Thank you. Go ahead, I'm sorry for interrupting.
Not at all. Then the next public comment will be by Barbara. Go ahead, Barbara, please unmute.
Unmute.
All right, we will go to the next one. That is Susie. The name of Susie. Please state your full name. You have 5 minutes.
Hi, my name is Susie Gomez, but I think some of my comments have to do with the reopening. Should I raise my hand later?
Yes, that would be perfect. Thank you.
Okay.
And the next public comment then, we will try Barbara again. Barbara? Please unmute.
Unmute. Barbara?
We'll go to the next one, which is Eddie Salcedo. Eddie, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Good evening. Mr. Nishi, I know in the last meeting you held up time cards to give people a heads up, but as we speak on this particular meeting, it just shows the speaker's name in a black screen, so we're unable to see what the time is. So I would just advise that each speaker be given a start time and a finish time so we can self-regulate on our speaking time. So just a note of order there. And I'm happy to see all of you in a room together. And as someone made a comment last time, it's good to start somewhere that you're there. So as Susie said, some of my comments are related to some agenda items that are going to be addressed later on. However, in reference to Mr. Gayer's comments about, I don't know if he's leaking some of the document before it's supposed to be put out in terms of keeping your teachers and the long-term substitutions. It's 9 weeks, it's not 12 weeks. It is technologically difficult for teachers that do some of the things that perhaps were in the MOU or not. So I guess my two questions, and I'll reserve comment for later, is one, is the MOU itself going to be made public? And I hope one of the board members can address this. Is the MOU going to be made public? I know a lot of negotiations obviously are private, but as a public school, I'm sure that we can do a public records request at some point. But so one, that's, and then two, are we going to have the details in terms of what a start date, what's going to be, if it's going to be the 2-day, 3-day hybrid, asynchronous? Is it going to be as Ms. Clayton has suggested, Clayton Turn suggested, where it's a 5-day, 2 days in class, 2 days watching the class from your computer, and then 1 day asynchronous. So if you can answer those two questions, I'll reserve the remainder of the comments, which are 1.1a, 2.3a, and 2.6a, which are the the meat of what this, I think most parents are interested in this evening. Thank you for your time, and if someone can answer those questions, that would be much appreciated.
Thank you, Dave. The next speaker will be Kirit Chauhan. Kirit, you have 5 minutes.
Good evening, President Say, board members, Dr. Sue, staff, and community. Swimming is a fun activity that can help a healthy lifestyle. Typically, it's recommended that a child starts to learn to swim at the age of 4. Even if a child is older, there's no wrong time to learn to swim. Swimming is an important lesson in life for your kids' enjoyment, and especially for their safety. Water can be intimidating regardless of whether it's a pool, lake, or the ocean, but a properly trained swimming will make your child feel comfortable around water. If they haven't been in the water before and had a bad experience, you should do your best to make them comfortable. I'm not here talking about swimming. I'm using swimming as a metaphor for reading. During this pandemic, children have lost an opportunity to learn. This pandemic is no one's fault, and no one saw it coming. We have all adapted the best that we can. Nevertheless, we have heard anecdotally that some students have struggled. Heck, our students struggled when we were providing in-class instruction. There's always been a gap in performance for some students versus others. When students have struggled, they have been supported by teachers, parents, enrichment schools, and private tutors. These resources have helped our students become successful. Reading is fundamental at all levels. Reading is not simple until you master it. Reading is nuanced and needs to be practiced for vocabulary, syntax, and structure within each grade level course.
You have 3 minutes, Kirit? 3 minutes?
Reading gets harder as you study at higher levels. If you ask me as to why we score lower in math, it's not the computational skills that we're lacking. It's the lack of linguistic skills that is affecting our students. I am asking the board to provide in-person summer reading programs for our students that want it. And I'm asking to think about how this should be provided. Instruction should be provided by our high school students and college students who live in our community, supervised by some of our teachers. Our students need one-on-one or small group instruction, and there's no better source of skill than our children that are out there. There are 3 reasons why I think it's a good idea. 1, it's good for the children to get immediate feedback about their reading. 2, it's good for the high school and college students to provide some valuable service to their community and see the children flourish. It will create a sense of empathy for them as they serve their students in the community. 3rd reason is that this will help the teachers also. If we can get the reading level up when the teachers return back to full-time instruction in the fall, they can focus more on the content and less of the skill time trying to develop the reading skills that probably have failed or have dropped during this pandemic. I'm telling this now because it's already March. If you are going to do something in September, you need to start planning for it now. Create a plan to ensure if conditions prevail.
You have 1 minute left, Garrett. 1 minute.
Condition prevail, then go ahead and execute the plan. And if we should have a third wave, then by all means, scrap the plan. But for my 2 cents worth, if we can help our children, all children, read at their grade level, we will do an enormous service to the entire community. We wouldn't let any children drown in a pool. We shouldn't let our children fail because they cannot read. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chauhan. The next speaker is Suraj Shah.
Hi, I'm Suraj Shah, one of the directors of organizing for the Gen Up Cerritos Chapter Executive Board, a youth advocacy group within the ABC Unified School District. First and foremost, we would like to thank the district for their efforts and understand that the reopening of schools is at the forefront of plans. Today, I'm here, however, representing Gen Up Cerritos to show support towards the introduction of our civil engagement pledge, which we have discussed with board member Nishi. With student leaders at the forefront of civil discourse, from racial injustice to climate change to gun violence, being intentional about the civic learning of our students means that we're equipping the next generation with the tools to be effective change makers in a country, in a world that desperately needs change. Gen Up students believe that encouraging students to be civically engaged is crucial to preparing them for life as an adult. That is why we are sponsoring the Civic Engagement Pledge, an opportunity for school districts across California to show their support for student voice and civic involvement from younger generations. By taking this pledge, school districts and educational leaders will pledge to provide various avenues for students to meaningfully engage with their cities and communities, such as implementing the state seal of civic engagement, giving students a platform to provide meaningful input on consequential decisions, promoting civics education, and increasing accessibility to voter registration forms and other resources for students. We have already communicated our ideas with board member Nishi, who will communicate this plan with the rest of you all, along with us in the near future. We have also emailed most school board members about the proposal. We understand that school reopening is at the forefront right now, but we would like to have this on the meeting agenda sometime in the early summer. Thank you for your time. We hope to discuss these ideas with each of you all soon.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Carla Perez Mendoza. You have 5 minutes, Carla. Go ahead and unmute.
There we go. Hi, everyone. My name is Carla Perez Mendoza. I'm an educator at a UCLA affiliated school, and I'm a parent at Whitman Elementary. First and foremost, I want to thank President Sophia Say for taking the time in between teaching her classes to take my call and inviting me to participate in the public comments. I also would want to extend a big thank you to all of the distinguished board members and the educators for the heavy lift that they're about to execute in planning a safe return to school. As an educator and as a parent, I just want to extend my appreciation for these efforts. My public comment is on behalf of mental health and not losing sight of our students' physical and mental well-being as we invest in these monumental efforts of reopening school. This moment in time, as heavy and painful as it has been, is an opportunity for us to reimagine school. One of the things that has been most evident for me as a parent and educator is the crucial role that schools play in maintaining our students' social emotional well-being. In the process, I think of how we can make improvements in this area by moving beyond a reactive approach to mental health. Instead, the question should be, how do we as schools align our practices and policies to be consistent with the physical and mental vibrancy we want to see in our children going forward. The question going forward is, how do we move from a reactive to a proactive approach to mental health? And that is the question that I am posing to the board tonight. As an example, I do think that we will agree that prizing students for perfect attendance will be a thing of the past, right? As we reimagine, how do we prize students for work ethic and dedication while acknowledging and not creating negative incentives and acknowledging that we are humans, and as such, we have physical ailments and mental ones as well, as this pandemic has made evident. During this pandemic, our family, like many others, went into the primary responsibility of taking care of our physical health. But soon, we discovered that our mental health would need support as well. At Whitman, parents were given resources. Ms. Daisy is a great resource. She talked to us about different tools that we could use. One, which is an app that we now have incorporated into our daily night routines. Secondly, we made it a point to take a day a month to disconnect from our responsibilities and our screens. At times, this meant designating mental health days in our family calendar. When these happened to be school days, we did let the school know that we were taking a mental health day. This was marked as an excuse absenteeism. Going forward, I do think that families should be recognized and excused in reasonable ways for being proactive about mental health. With these steps, we were able to keep our children healthy in more than one way during this pandemic. As both an educator and a parent, I want to speak on behalf of a proactive mental health approach. And I want to ask that we review our practices and policies with the fresh perspective of a post-pandemic optimism. How can we do better in this area? How can we support students and families as we move to a different configuration for schools in
You
the
have
coming
1 minute
days?
left, Carla?
I do hope that we consider adding mental health days to our list of legitimate reasons for absenteeism, specifically in the days to come and as families adjust to a new configuration of school. I thank you for your time, and I do hope to see this item in a future meeting.
Thank you very much, Carla. The next speaker is Mr. Thomas Samanovsky. Go ahead, sir, you have 5 minutes.
Unmute, please.
Please unmute.
Can you hear me now? Thank you. Good evening to the ABC Board President, ABC Board members, Dr. Sue, Executive Cabinet, and members of the community. My name is Thomas Simonovsky. I'm a proud parent of 2 daughters that attend ABC schools. We've been attending for the last 7 years. I've had a chance to take a look at the return to school plan, and I applaud that ABC has put together a very comprehensive plan to return students to live instruction. As we all know, students have been subjected to the challenges of online learning for 1 year. We've all suffered as a community. I believe the plan is very helpful for parents that want to return their kids to live instruction. You're following all the return to school protocols, which is excellent. And I really trust the plan ensures the safety of our children. However, I'm here today to provide my input as a working parent household. Both myself and my wife, we work full-time. We have very demanding jobs. And I know that we're not the only ones in ABC. There's a lot of us out there. It is not realistic for a working parent household to have kids finish their school day early. We simply cannot leave during the workday to pick up our kids and bring them to childcare. The time frame that you're asking us to decide to return our kids is simply not realistic to make arrangements for childcare. It's not even feasible to find
3 minutes, sir.
with childcare at this time. So what is the solution? we have a solution for you. If you are bringing students back, it's time to bring back EDP as well. We love our EDP program. We love our EDP teachers just as much as we love our classroom teachers. They are the unsung heroes of our working parents. As I'm sure you're aware, EDP is a parent-funded program. We need it now more than ever. And if you still need funding, please consider utilizing the learning loss funds that you may get from the CARES Act. Those are funds that are readily available for you, ABC. As working parents, we want our kids to start re-experiencing face-to-face social interaction, which has been virtually non-existent with online learning. And I want to thank the parent that spoke before me about mental health. Kids are dealing with difficult issues over the last year, mental health issues, feelings of isolation, depression, and anxiety. Bringing kids back to school will definitely help. It'll bring back some normalcy that they've been missing for the last year. They've not been experiencing a lot of social interaction. We can all agree to that. As working parents, we do want our kids back in school, but we cannot do this alone as working parents. We need your help, ABC, because we need to keep our jobs. We're all tired of COVID. We don't want to sacrifice our kids' learning anymore. Your return to school plan indicates various goals of student achievement, academic achievement, and community engagement. If you bring back EDP for working parents, you will achieve these goals guaranteed. You will allow us to bring our kids back to the classroom, which is what we want. It's what we need.
You have 1 minute, sir.
Everybody will win, the schools, the teachers, and most importantly, the kids, which is why we're here today. So I want to thank you for your time. Please be safe. And everybody, do not forget to vaccinate. Good night.
Thank you, sir. The next speaker is Daisy Legaska. Daisy, please unmute.
Hello, good evening. Hello, can you hear me?
We can, Daisy.
Okay, good evening. I just have a question about the opening. Private schools have been open since last year. And do you guys made any research about any issues, issues that came up, or any like COVID in the, like that is a problem in the school for the public private school, since Miss Sophia Say went to observe Oceanside school district. Did you guys even thought of going to a private schools and observe how they do it? Because don't just look on one school. You have to look in every, the pros and cons. They were going to say no, and then you have to take consideration on the parents' suggestions, ideas. I know you guys already have something in your mind, and I'm thinking you already made up your mind of what will be the plan. I hope this school board meeting is not just a show, because it's just a waste of time if it is. And that's for me for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Daisy. And now we have Keisha Jones. Keisha, please unmute.
Hi, yes, my name is Keisha Jones, and I have 3 children in the ABC Unified School District. And tonight I'm speaking on behalf of the students and the teachers. As being at home, working from home, actually both working hybrid at home and in the field with my job. So having the opportunity to sit and watch my children as they struggle, some days better than other, through the process of learning, and with the teachers it is something that has been a gift, and also something that to be able to see the teachers and how hard they work to really do the best that they can, given this situation that we all are in. But I want to really advocate for investing in better internet servers and higher bandwidth for the students. And why that's so important, because I've seen my third grade son, who has struggled tremendously with being engaged in school, and his teacher genuinely doing everything she can, email, the text, I mean, the emails from the teacher trying to figure out what's the best way to keep the kids engaged, watching them try to do the groups. If you guys take away the opportunity for these children when they go back to school to engage with the other students, it is going to be detrimental. Again, I truly appreciate what the other parent had to say about mental health, because again, I've seen my son just light up just having the opportunity to be with his classmates. These are things that you don't see when you guys, I mean, as much as you care, I know you do, but you're not in in these homes with the children when they're struggling. Maybe you are at your homes with your own children, but I can tell you that it is really tough, and the teachers need everything they can, and so do the students. And that's what this additional money it has been for, is to really, truly, for the students and the teachers. The teachers are truly doing everything they can. And I will say, I will applaud every single one of the teachers that my students have had as well. I have another student in junior high, and they have truly done everything they can. But even doing everything they can, it is still a challenge, which you guys are well aware of. I appreciate all that you guys are doing, but I'm just telling you that to not allow for higher internet, better internet opportunities and a better bandwidth will be detrimental to the students. And coupled with the mental health issues that could come from these children not being able to interact with each other, you just don't see it. My third grade son, the only interaction he gets is with these children. I mean, just to be able to do a group, I've never seen him light up and be so happy to just talk to other students. You don't realize how much and how important that is for these children. Something as simple as the internet, but allowing them to find a way to stay connected, because when they go back to school, they think they're going back to school. They're children. They have no idea that they're going to be going back to school, and it's not going to be play. It's not going to be the same that it used to be. So to take away the ability for them to interact, it would be a big mistake. So I ask that you guys truly consider that when you guys are making decisions with the funds. Thank you very much.
Mr. Clerk, that is the last public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. G, and thank you, Mr. Smith. Now, on to consent items. May I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
ABCUSD, so moved.
Thank you. Any second? Second. Thank you. Is there anyone who wishes to remove any item to be considered separately today as regarding consent items? Hearing none. If Daniel, can you do roll call for me, please?
Dr. Apodaca?
Aye.
Mr. B?
Yes.
Dr. Eugenio?
Yes.
Mr. Nishi?
Yes.
Dr. Rios? Yes. Mrs. Day?
Yes?
Mrs. Yu? Yes. Motion passes 7-0.
Now we go to action items. Item 1.1-8. Adopt a certified school district COVID-19 compliant reopening school safety plan. I have a motion to approve adoption of ABC certified school district COVID-19 compliant reopening safety plan with in-person instruction grant proposed in Governor Newsom Safety School for all plans.
So moved, Nishi. ABCUSD, second.
Thank you. Dr. Su?
Thank you very much. This is our safety plan for reopening our schools. First, Dr. Wakefield, Dr. Debo, and I would like to add a couple of comments first. The reason why we are adopting the Governor Newsom Safe Schools for All plan are moving away from the purple tier. That's important. People don't realize that we are in the purple tier, unlike, for example, school districts in Orange County already entered the red tier for a number of months. And so before we begin, I just want to make sure that people realize that Los Angeles County has been purple tier for a year now. And so just recognize that. And the reason why we are able to reopen our schools soon is because we cannot make a move until we get out of the purple tier. So just make sure that people recognize that first before we begin our presentation. Tonight, please listen very carefully because tonight we will share the information that many of the public speakers were talking about, asking about tonight, because of the reasons that we are projecting. This is something that has to be approved by the Board of Education as well as the bond measure later on. But please be careful about what we are presenting tonight. And it's important that the public is also aware of what we are presenting as well. And so Dr. Mayfield, Dr. Zelo, and Juan Nguyen will be presenting tonight.
Thank you, Dr. Sue. Good evening, Board President Say, members of the board, and Dr. Sue, and to our community. We are excited to share with you this evening our presentation that involves the return of students to school. This is an option for parents to choose if they are interested in this option for their child for the remainder of the school year. Let me provide some context for this item. On March the 5th, the governor signed into law AB 86. That law allows us to proceed with in-person instruction for students in kindergarten, but in our case, we have preschool age students, so in ABC, we will be proceeding to offer in-person instruction for students who are in preschool to 12th grade, as well as our students who are in the adult transition plan program. We have completed the COVID-19 safety plan. It has been posted on our district website since February the 1st. It has already been approved by LA County Department of Public Health. As Dr. Sue indicated, I'm excited. LA County is in the red tier. That is good news for all of us. It is worthy to clap. And since we are in a red tier, and upon board action tonight in adopting the COVID-19 safety plan that has already been posted on the district website, we will be able to proceed with providing this option of in-person instruction for our families. So, included in the COVID-19 safety plan are a list of requirements. And you heard a gentleman earlier speak to our plan that's posted on the district website. We were required by law to explain our plans and how we respond to all of these areas. At the March 2nd, 2021 board meeting, we discussed the items in the first box. How students would enter and move about campus, the requirement of face covering, our health screening protocols, our healthy hygiene practices, our process for identifying and tracing COVID contacts, the requirement of physical distancing, staff training as well as family training, and the testing of staff and students if required. Now that we are in red, this testing cadence is not required. We will not have to test our staff or our students because we are in the red, and upon approval of our board tonight of our COVID-19 safety plan. The focus of tonight's presentation is on the in-person instructional model in ABC. That model is called synchronous hybrid. This is the last interesting question that our parents and our community has been asking. What is the ABC hybrid model? Tonight, we're going to share that. I'm going to ask you to be patient. This presentation is intended to inform our community in detail of our model, and so we're going to take our time and not rush, because we are going to be asking our families to make a decision, and it's very important that they understand the decision that they'll have to make over the next few days. Mr. Smith, my response is not clicking, so if you would proceed forward. Thank you. The other direction. So as I indicated, our model is called a simultaneous hybrid. And let me preface this by saying, in agreement with Mr. Regier, that this too will be another challenge that we're asking our teachers to undertake, as well as our site administrators. But I want to reflect for a minute back to August 24th, the first day of school, when we asked our teachers to provide live instruction in the virtual academy. On August 24th, we did not know if we had the capacity to do that. On August 24th, we had never been able to test live instruction for 20,000 students. But yet, we did it. Yet, together, working with our teachers to provide them the support they needed to be successful in the classroom, and the patience of our parents and our students to allow us to work towards this growth model of instruction virtually, we have been able to meet that challenge. And so today, we will once again be asking our teachers and administrators to take on another challenge. That has been a part of the pandemic, constantly asking staff to take on another challenge. I am once again confident that working together with the Board of Education, all of our bargaining groups, our parents, our community, our students, and our site and district administrators, that once again, we will deliver to the best possibility a strong simultaneous hybrid model. By definition, simultaneous means at the same time. So yes, we are asking teachers to teach to students who are sitting in seats in front of them, as well as to teach to students who are online at the same time. So, the intent of this picture is to help you to have an idea of what that may look like. In a classroom, we have a teacher. In front of the teacher, we have students who are sitting in person. Those students will have access to their devices. They will be able to log on to Google Classroom. They will be able to access their instructional materials from their laptop. They will be able to submit assignments and access assignments from the classroom. They will be able to collaborate with students in the Google Classroom from their computer while in the classroom. Now, in this model, you also notice that there are 2 adults in the classroom. And that is a possibility for some of our classrooms in which we have special education students. In special education, some of our classrooms will have an additional adult, classified staff, paraeducators, who are there to support individual students or more than one student. And so this is just an example of what a classroom can look like for in-person instruction for our students. But what I want you to notice is that the teacher is teaching to the students who are in front of them. And also, I want you to notice that on the teacher's laptop, she has students who are online. She is teaching to the students who are in front of her and the students who are online at the same time. That is what simultaneous hybrid instruction means. Teaching to the students in person and the students online at the same time. We are outfitting our classrooms with additional technology to help facilitate this type of instruction. Classrooms that needed additional document cameras, classrooms that needed additional screens, as well as devices for teachers to lift their voices are being purchased and installed in the classroom, as well as plexiglasses on students and teachers' desks. So we are outfitting our classrooms so that we can provide the best instruction in this model that we can. Now, we have heard already from our public comments and questions about bandwidth. We want to acknowledge that our buildings in our schools are old. There are some limitations because they are old. And I want to say thank you to all of our community members who voted for our Measure BB. It would have been great if we would have had BB work done before COVID, but we didn't get to pick the timeline for any of it. And so there are some limitations to our bandwidth. And what that limitation means is that the students who are physically in the classroom cannot go on to Google Meet or Zoom. But think about it. Their teacher is in front of them. They don't need to go into Google Meet and Zoom to see the teacher who is standing in front of them. Does it mean that the students in the classroom cannot use Google Meet or Zoom for breakout rooms with their students who are online? Yes, but it's okay because they can do breakouts and collaborate with the students who are physically in the room with them. And so while the students who are online are in breakout rooms, the students in the classroom become a breakout room, and they work together. So it is a transition in our thinking, it's a transition in our practice. Teachers will be provided professional development to help them make this transition. It's going to take us time. It's not going to happen the first day of school, but we will get there. Just as we have made progress since August the 24th, we will also make progress in our simultaneous hybrid model. But I want to be clear on distinguishing the facts. The fact is that students in the classroom will have full access to all of their Google Classroom platforms. The students in the classroom can continue to collaborate and form a breakout group with the other students in the classroom. The students in classroom do not need to Zoom to see their teacher because their teacher is present with them in the classroom. So it's important that we acknowledge our limitations. It's important that we acknowledge that this is another transition that's going to be challenging, but it's also important that we acknowledge that it is doable. It is doable. And we will find a way to work together to make this happen in the best instructional way for all students that are involved. Next slide, please. So I want to go on to further explain the simultaneous hybrid in-person model. When we talk about the in-person model, students will be placed in cohort groups and assigned to come to school 2 days in person, 2 days online, and will continue to work independently on Wednesdays. Now, these next set of slides are intentionally redundant, and I will be intentionally explaining this concept in different ways because we all hear things differently, and we all process information differently. And this is an important decision that our parents have to make, and so it's critical that they understand this model. And so the next slide, please. So in this picture, we see students who are coming to school in person 2 days a week. We also see that on Wednesdays, the students will continue to work independently from home. And then we also see that students will attend class online from home 2 days a week. This is our simultaneous hybrid model. Next slide, please. Cohort A will be assigned to attend school in person on Monday and Tuesday. Wednesday, they will remain asynchronous, and Thursdays and Fridays, they will attend school online. Cohort B will attend online Monday and Tuesday, Wednesday asynchronous, and Thursday and Friday, they will attend school in person. Next slide, please. So let's visualize this again. On Monday and Tuesday, who's in person? Cohort A. Who's online? Cohort B and the virtual academies. The teacher is teaching all students at the same time. That is simultaneous instruction, the simultaneous hybrid. Let's take a look at what happens on Thursday and Friday. Who's in person? Cohort B. Who's at home watching online? Cohort A and the virtual academy. The teacher is teaching the same students at the same time. Next slide, please. So can parents select the cohort days? Unfortunately, parents cannot select the cohort days. At this point, we have no idea how many parents are going to choose this model. Staff will have no more than 2 days to take the applicants and assign them to a cohort. Our priority is going to be to provide families with siblings at the same grade span and multiple grade spans to the extent possible to make sure that they are on the same cohort day. When you're giving your cohort assignment, if that day does not work for you, you have the option to continue in the virtual academy. Next slide, please. So what does the schedule look like for all students for the entire week? So let's walk through this together, because it's important that we understand that all students are getting the same instruction in our simultaneous hybrid model. Next slide. So on Monday, Cohort A is in person. Cohort B is online. Virtual Academy students are online. On Tuesday, Cohort A is in person. Cohort B is online. Virtual Academy students are online. On Wednesday, all students are asynchronous. On Thursday, Cohort A is online. Cohort B is in person. Virtual Academy is online. And on Friday, Cohort A is online, Cohort B is in person, and Virtual Academy is online. This gives you a full picture. We can go back to Mrs. Smith. This gives you a full picture of what's happening to one teacher's classroom and all of their students, depending on which cohort a student is assigned to, and if the family decides to continue in the Virtual Academy. So this gives you an idea of what it's going to look like. And I have to say thank you to our union partners for listening to our community, as well as to board members who hosted the various small gatherings, because what we heard from our parents is that they wanted to keep their children with the same teacher. That was the #1 priority that we heard loud and clear from our community. And so in choosing the simultaneous hybrid model, it was really in response to that plea from our parents and our community to keep their children with the same family. So I want to publicly acknowledge ABCFT for taking on this model of simultaneous hybrid. It is going to be challenging. It is going to be challenging, but I am confident that we can do this. And we chose this model because this is what our parents asked us, and this was the only model in which we can fairly say that the majority, if not all students, will remain with the same teacher. And that is why this model was selected. Next slide, please. And so I've been hearing questions out there regarding instructional time and this perception that students who are in person will have less instructional minutes. I want to dismiss that myth because it is not true. Students in the simultaneous hybrid as well as in the virtual academy will have the same number of instructional minutes. Those instructional minutes are provided in a different format, but the total number of minutes are the same. Next slide, please. And that is the intent of this slide. If you look at the very last column, regardless if students are in a simultaneous hybrid or virtual academy, they all receive 1,250 minutes. The number of minutes are the same. What's different is that some minutes are in person, some are online, and some are asynchronous, but it is the same. Next slide, please. So, the question, again, will my child have the same teacher? Yes, in most cases, your child will have the same teacher. However, under special circumstances, and you heard Mr. Ray here speak to this earlier, under special circumstances, a different teacher may be physically present in the classroom, but students will still be connected to their online teacher. And the teacher in the classroom will have the technology to display that teacher and her instruction for all students who are in the classroom to see the lesson. So I want to say that, yes, students will have the same teacher to the extent possible. But we also want to acknowledge that life happens. If someone takes a maternity leave, we can't control that. They won't have the same teacher. And so we have to be practical when we say we want the same teacher. And I want to say that, yes, that is a priority for us as well. That is what we believe will happen to the majority of all of our students. But we do have to acknowledge that there may be some exceptions. And this is an example of an exception with special circumstances. But even in this exception, the teacher online is who the students in the classroom will be working directly with and be able to view from the classroom and will receive instructions from. Next question, please. Will teachers and students have plexiglass? Yes. I do want to make it clear that this is not a recommendation or a requirement of the County Public Health Department. There are no guidance that recommend or require plexiglass. But because we've heard from our families and because we've heard from our staff for the request for plexiglass, we have made that a priority to place plexiglass on students' desks as well as for our teachers. Next slide, please. How many students are in a classroom? It will vary. We will not exceed 14 students, and we cannot exceed 16 individuals. And again, it will vary because in some of our special education classes, if we have more than one paraeducator who's supporting students, then we may have 8 students and or 9 students and 4 or 5 adults in the classroom. But we won't exceed 16 individuals in the classroom. There are some exceptions for courses that are large in number, like our physical education program at the high school level and our band program at the high school level. For those classes, the instruction are in larger spaces as well as outdoor classrooms. And so we have guidance from the county that dictates the number of students in a classroom based on the space size. And we are required to adhere to that guidance, and we will in all cases. Next slide, please. Will students have recess, breaks, and lunch? Absolutely. Students will have recess. Students will have breaks, and we are still providing free lunch for our students. I do want to acknowledge that recess will not look the same. It won't look the same. Students will have assigned areas. They will remain with their cohort groups. They'll have individual equipment. They'll be playing in the same presence of each other, but we won't be sharing the ball. Each kid will have their own ball. They won't be sharing the jump rope. Each student will have their own jump rope. But they will be with other children in a shared space in which they are maintaining 6 feet apart and wearing a mask. Absolutely, it's going to look different. And it's important that parents communicate to their children about these differences. It's important that parents communicate with their children that they have to stay 6 feet apart. They have to wear masks. On campus, they'll have to walk in one direction. There will be limitations as to how many students can go to the bathroom. When they sit at the lunch table, they'll be sitting with spaces between them and only facing one direction at the lunch table. So yes, paint an accurate picture for your child, especially if they have already been in school. Now, our little ones, TK and kinder, they don't have really a picture or experience of school. So make this a positive experience for all of our kids as they transition, or if you choose to bring them back in person. So please be honest and please be realistic with your children, because we want them to be happy and be satisfied with the decision to be in person. And there are going to be some limitations, but I do want you to know that school is a place where children belong. Children belong in the buildings of our school. And we are going to create the best, happiest, pleasant experience we can while maintaining the COVID-19 guidelines. Next slide, please. So will students need to bring their laptops? Absolutely. We need them to bring their district-issued laptop fully charged to school every day. We will have places where students can recharge but they have to bring those laptops charged so that they're ready to plug in and start learning from the time they enter the classroom. Next slide, please. How do we keep COVID safe at school? Well, we have an expert who's responded to that question. It's a short video. It's worth us listening to so you can hear what the experts are saying about how to keep students safe in school.
We received the question quite a bit. They want to know what they can do to protect themselves from the virus when they are on campus and around so many other people for a long period of time.
That's a very interesting question, and I can say that as a physician working with COVID-19 infected patients last spring, I experienced a lot of the same concern about contracting the illness at my job. Luckily, we've come a long way in the last year in understanding how to prevent transmission of this virus. And I really do think the CDC guidelines, the California Department of Public Health guidelines, and the LA County Department of Public Health guidelines do reflect so much of what we've learned through researching how to prevent transmission of COVID-19. We know that there are key elements that will keep us safe, whether we are at the grocery store, working in a hospital, working in a factory, or in a school setting. Keeping your mask on, preserving distance between individuals, staying home if you don't feel well, and getting tested if you have symptoms are really the infection prevention pillars. And I think it's also really important, like Dr. Gilchek mentioned, if you do find out that you're infected, making sure you let individuals who've been exposed know right away so they can also quarantine and get tested. We know that these strategies are incredibly effective at preventing transmission on their own. And we actually do think that vaccine will even push down that risk further. I think the most important thing, though, is to follow all these recommendations and to not get COVID fatigue, to really enforce the masking, the distancing, the hand hygiene, and staying home if you're not feeling well.
Thank you, Dr. Yagana. I appreciate all that great information.
Thank you. So we are committed to enforcing the CDC guidelines, which are the hand washing hygiene, the wearing of the mask, the remaining physically distant, as well as to make sure that our schools are properly sanitized. We are in the process of implementing an electronic health screening checklist that we will ask parents to complete before their child leaves home. And if they respond yes to any of those items, then their child should remain at home. When students arrive at school, we'll check their temperatures again as well and do another screening. While on campus, students have to keep their face covered, except when eating or drinking. Hand washing and hand sanitation should be done frequently. We're going to encourage teachers to build it into the classroom routine. So when you walk into class, sanitize your hands. When you leave class, sanitize your hands. So just build it into the classroom routine, maintaining 6 feet distance, and we will continue to follow all school safety requirements. Will be our expectation of our students. Thank you. Next slide, please. So let's talk about the enrollment process into our simultaneous hybrid. These are the grade stands that we are inviting back for in-person instruction. Preschool programs, Head Start, State Preschool, our Early Intervention Program, and Tracy Infant Center. Elementary school from transition kindergarten to 6th grade. All middle school students, 7th and 8th grade. And our high school and adult transition program is a little bit different. We're only inviting back at this time for in-person instruction students who we believe will benefit from being back in school for academic and social emotional support. When you read AB 686, the new legislation or the new law that I spoke about earlier, they have identified a list of students that they refer to as the priority student groups for secondary. Listed here are the students who fit the descriptors of our priority group. And these are the students who we will be inviting back for in-person at the high school level. English learners, students who receive free or reduced lunch, students who are in foster care or experiencing homelessness, students who've received received multiple Fs, disengaged, or had any experiences with technology connectivity from home. So these are the students who at the high school level will be inviting back for in-person instruction. Next slide, please. Families who choose the hybrid, we are asking you to make sure you are ready to make this commitment. Because this is a commitment that we are expecting you to live by until June 9th, 2021, the last day of school. So we ask that you don't make this hastily, that you sit and have a conversation with your children, your child or your children, and you help them to understand how in-person instruction is going to look different, how being back on school is going to look different, that some of the hanging out social aspects of schools that students love the most won't look the same when they return in person. So having that honest conversation is so important because this is a commitment that you're making until June 9th, 2021. Now the timeline is short. We know that. And that's why tonight's meeting was so important that we provide for you as much information as we felt that you needed to make this decision. In addition to tonight, schools will be offering meetings for their families. And so I want you to please go to your school's website. Your principals have probably already sent you text messages, Instagram, Facebook page messages about their parent meetings. Each school has been asked to conduct more than one meeting. Those meetings will take place during March the 17th and March the 19th. There you will hear not only information that I presented tonight, but you'll also hear school-specific information related to how they will be implementing the COVID-19 school plan. Next slide. On March the 19th, from March the 18th to the 22nd, that is when the window will open for you to submit your online enrollment form. You will only submit the enrollment form if you want to go into the simultaneous hybrid. Again, only those families who are selecting the simultaneous hybrid will submit the online enrollment form on between March the 18th and March the 22nd. The deadline will close at 12 o'clock on March the 22nd. The deadline will close on March the 22nd at noon. So please make sure we gave you the weekend, we gave you Thursday, Friday, and the weekend to think about it, but we will close that window on Monday at noon. On March the 25th, parents will see a notification of their child's cohort assignment. We will tell you that your child is in cohort A, which means they will come to school in person on Monday and Tuesday, or cohort B, which means they will come to school in person on Thursday or Friday. Parents have until March the 26th to accept their offer. Even though you submitted an application, you still have to accept it. And the reason why is because we know that things and conditions may change at home. You may have changed your mind. Something personal related to COVID may have happened to your family. And so submitting the application is not sufficient. You also have to accept it by 6 p.m. on March the 26th. If you do not accept it at 6:01, your child will automatically remain in the virtual academy. So you have to accept your cohort offer on March the 26th at 6 p.m. If you don't accept it, then basically the default is that at 6:01, we will continue to keep your child in the virtual academy. April 12th to April 16th is our first week of in-person instruction. I want to say thank you to the parent who talked about the importance of mental health support. We acknowledge that all students, all staff have experienced some level of trauma related to COVID-19. And so during this first week of instruction, our focus is going to really be around mental health, social-emotional learning activities and lessons for both of our students who are in person as well as our students who are online. So this week of transition will look a little bit different. more about that at the school site, but I do want you to be aware that it is going to look different because our focus is going to be to acknowledge that we have to address this mental health and the social emotional learning lessons will be the focus for this first week of transition. April the 12th, that is the Monday following spring break. April the 12th, that Monday and Tuesday, our cohort A is in person, and then on Thursday and Friday, April the 15th and 16th, cohort B will be in person. Thank you. Next slide. Here are some frequently asked questions. Why is ABC offering in-person instruction? The law tells us that to the extent, the greatest extent possible, we should offer in-person instruction for our families. And so we are aligning ourselves with the law, as Dr. Sue indicated. Now that we are in the red tier, we can provide this option for our families. It is an option. You get to decide. Next slide, please. Now, one of the things that we've heard at more than one board meeting, we've heard public comments that said, should we be opening schools in cities that have high COVID rates? Now, this is a little bit longer, but it's critical that we listen to what the expert says in response to this question, because we really do need to shift our understanding of why some cities have higher COVID cases. Please play the video. Thank you.
And Dr. Ferrer, what about cities where the transmission is still widespread and over 25 per 100,000?
Thank you very much. And you know, it's when you're in a county as large as ours, you know, we're really larger than like 40 states. These are very important questions. You know, sort of what is the impact of what we would call sort of variations by geography? And if you look at our maps, and we put them up all the time, from the very beginning of this pandemic all the way through now, some cities have, and neighborhoods and communities have been much harder hit than others. Often those are, in fact, communities where there are large numbers of essential workers. Often those are communities where people with less resources are living, and they may be living in situations where there's what we call multi-generational families living in more crowded housing situations. And then there are other communities that really don't have those conditions. Lots of people may have more resources. Many people have been able to work from home, work remotely, or they're not working at all. And they in fact have seen lower infection rates. So, you know, first thing I want to do is just make sure that we all understand that when we look at our data, the rates of infections in the hardest hit communities are not really driven by personal behavior. Because sometimes people think like, well, this is all about the way people are behaving. In my community, we don't have a lot of transmission and we're all behaving like perfectly. So it must be that in other communities, you know, people are just not paying attention. That's really not the case. When we look at the data, we're able to actually see that in the communities that have been the hardest hit, it's because the people there have, for the most part, never stopped working. They've been our essential workers. And at the beginning, we actually didn't know how to really protect all of our workers. We didn't know about asymptomatic spread. Remember, February, March, nobody was wearing a mask. And what a big deal it was when we told people they needed to wear a mask, and how many people refused to wear a mask. So all that time, we had a lot of people becoming infected because there was a lot of asymptomatic spread. And it's very hard once those community rates go up to drive them all back down without a lot more effort on the protection side, which is what we've really been trying to do. Worker protections are absolutely essential in slowing the spread. One of the most essential things is protecting workers at their job sites. But in communities, and oftentimes in communities where there may be less community transmission right now, I want to note that it is rare in any school building that the only people in your building are all people who live in the same community. I'm sure there are examples in smaller schools where it is really just a community, you know, a pretty contained group of folks. They're all living in the neighborhood, everybody going to the school and everybody working at the school. My experience has been that that is really not the reality in most school settings. In most school settings, you have workers coming in from all over the county and sometimes from outside the county. And many workers are, in fact, in the communities that have the lowest transmission rates. Many of the workers don't live there. They live in other communities and surrounding neighborhoods, and they may in fact be coming from communities with higher rates. So it's really hard to sort of say we're in a bubble over here and we should get treated differently. I like to say, you know, we're all in this together. The best thing we can do for each other is drive the rates down everywhere and pay attention to the fact that we're not in bubbles. And unless you're staying home all of the time, you're going to have exposures when you go out of your house. And the best way to really limit risks for yourself and the people you love is to limit risks to other people that you don't even know. So, you know, I would say that's why we don't go by like what's in one city when we're thinking about opening up a sector, a work sector, because we know for most employers, all the workers rarely live in that one city. Now, there are exceptions. There are small schools, there are small workplaces where this may not apply, but for most of the schools, I think what I'm saying is the reality. That the people who are working there, the people who are teaching there, don't necessarily live in the same community where they teach and where they work.
Thank you, Dr. Ferrer. Appreciate that.
So this is important for ABC because we know that we serve at least 5 different major cities. We know that the schools of choice, we have students who have the option and have chosen to attend schools and others that are physically located in other cities. We know we have employees who live in the community and who don't live in the community. So we're not in a bubble. And so it really is important that we listen to what science is telling us as what those measures are to keep safe. But I did want to acknowledge this because I know it is a concern that we've heard from our public, and I wanted to allow the expert to speak to us on this particular topic. And so the last slide is to reaffirm that children who are in the virtual academy, that parents who want to continue in the virtual academy, you may choose to do so. You don't have to take any action at all. Your kid will just continue in the virtual academy. We do want to say again to you as well that this is a commitment through June the 9th, 2021. That if you choose to stay in the virtual academy, you are making a commitment until June 9th, 2021, and that your student teachers should remain the same. Thank you so much for listening to this presentation. I hope it addressed the questions and concerns that we've heard from our community and has provided you the information that you need to make a decision regarding your child's education for the remaining of the school year. Once again, I want to say thank you to all the administrators who have worked extremely hard, as well as to all of our employees who have worked extremely hard to provide this option for our families. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Valencia. Now, anyone wish to make a public comment on this agenda item, please use the raise your hand feature on the Zoom at this time. I'm going to give this to Mrs. Smith and of course, Nishi.
We do have public comments right now. The first public comment is again from Tina Clayton-Tarvin. Tina, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. And with all due respect, I would like to make a point of clarification, a point of order for you. I realize you are not a legal professional, but you cut me off during the general public comments section, which is not allowed per the Brown Act of California and could be seen as a violation of the First Amendment. I ask that you not cut me off again, please, sir, and you allow me to speak because in California law per the Brown Act, anything that is germane to the school district shall be spoken about by a public commenter. So I could do that, and I'm going to speak again about the reopening plans. Thank you so much. I do want again to thank our board, the ABC Board of Education, for being forward-thinking and getting our students back into classrooms in cooperation with the teachers and with classified, and of course with our esteemed parents of the school district. I know everyone is anxious to be able to get back, but there are going to be some tough times. It's happened to many other school districts that have already been opened, like the one that I oversee, the Ocean View School District. I heard someone reference it as Oceanside, and although Oceanside Unified School District is a great place, that's not where I'm on the board. Now, last year, I was the president of the board of Ocean View School District, and I oversaw this coming back to school with the superintendent, Dr. Carol Hansen, and the staff, and of course, our teachers and classified. One of the things that I made very clear to my own board of trustees at the time was to come back to having in-person board meetings, which we did so on June 30th, 2020, because I wanted the community to see that if it's safe enough for the children and teachers and staff to be in the classrooms, then it should be safe enough for the Board of Education to be back. So I want to give you credit. Thank you so much, President Say and others, for the entire Board of Education and staff to be back in the boardroom this evening, showing that you're not just talking the talk, but you are walking it as well. The community is watching you, of course. I do want to say, though, that the setup that you have this evening is rather, well, let's say that it's not working out so well as far as the audience being able to hear. Might I add a suggestion for you? I would like for you to view one of our board meetings at the Ocean View School District, if you would, and you could see that we all sit in the room together, and we have a computer screens in front of us. Just like teachers, when we teach virtually, board members speak into their computer screens and have them on a Zoom. So every board member's on the Zoom, as well as the superintendent and the assistant superintendents. And at the same time, they're in the room together so that the audio is actually audible to the members of the community that are listening. I am having a tough time hearing all of you this evening, so I ask that you make that change, and I am more than happy to help you and to assist you to do that, or to have our tech department help the tech department at ABC. Lastly, I want to say thank you so much again for looking out and looking forward and doing the right thing, getting the plexiglass, making sure that the ventilation is where it needs to be, making sure that we have the filtration, making sure that you have all the signage at the schools, and making sure that the cohorts are going to stay stable and that we are going to have a successful hybrid in-person model. I believe we can do it. I know we can do it. I trust in the teachers and the staff of ABC Unified School District. Most of all, I trust in you as our leaders. So, leaders of ABC, thank you so much for doing this evening. I ask that you vote yes tonight on this MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, and take us into a new place, a new time, and a new space, and then into fall where we could all be back again together as one. Thank you so much. Thank you for allowing me this time to speak, and I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Susie. We just have a first name. Susie, please unmute and state your full name.
Good evening. My name is Susie Gomez, and I am a current teacher at Fedi Academy. This is my 10th year teaching with a track record of dedication to our school and community. I love the community I serve because it reminds me of home, the community I grew up in, and helped me succeed despite its many challenges. Today, I come to you not only as a teacher, but as a product of a low-income community, a first-generation student, an EL learner, to bring light to equity issues that might have been overlooked as we try to reopen our schools, and that are of great concern not only to me, but to many teachers in the south side of the district. I usually go through the proper channels, but with the time sensitivity and fast track to reopening, I thought speaking to all of you today was necessary. So here are some of my concerns. Bandwidth limitations. There are many challenges being spoken of today with internet connectivity that are not anything new. As a teacher in our district for 10 years, I can tell you that this has been an issue for many years now. Simultaneous hybrid instruction is not feasible without the proper infrastructure. During a normal school year, testing is staggered during testing time yearly due to connectivity issues. What this means is that teachers who are not testing are asked not to use computers during testing. That's during our normal conditions. The connectivity issue currently shared with teachers being urged to return makes it difficult to believe that everything will be ready in time for reopening for all levels being reopened. We've been asked to be flexible and make it work, but there's only so much I can do to make the internet work. We hope this issue is resolved before reopening. We have been informed that voice amplification devices would not be available for middle school teachers upon reopening. Add to that the difficulty for students to hear their teachers with masks on when they are still developing language. With over 90% of our students in the South Side as English language learners, language acquisition is being hindered here. I urge you to rewatch this board meeting as an example of the audio quality students can receive at home during a simultaneous hybrid connection without voice amplification and without the ability of a teacher to be tethered to a computer because they also have to teach students in the classroom. One of the other issues that I would like to bring up is community infection and access to vaccinations. There was a recent article by KCRW that interviewed the city council members in Hawaiian Gardens. There's a big disparity, obviously, in infection rates and testing available and also vaccinations available in that community. I would urge the district to help make our clinic a vaccination site for the community. Please help us keep our students and their community safe. Differentiation is often a topic of discussion in our district, and I am proud of the work that we do at our school site to differentiate for our students. It's a requirement of teachers who teach low-income students and English language learners. I ask you that you look at equity and not equality. Equality is not synonymous with equity. I ask that you take a closer look at the South Side of our district and make the proper accommodations and differentiation they require and deserve. Thank you for your time.
Great. The next public comment is from Kathy Dale. Go ahead, Kathy. Please unmute. Go ahead, Kathy. Go ahead, Kathy. All right, Kathy, we'll get back to you. The next speaker is Leah Knott. Leah?
Hi, Dr. Sue, Board of Trustees and staff. I'm a parent at Cerritos Elementary, and I also have questions about the bandwidth issue. My specific questions are, will virtual students be unable to reliably see the teacher during instruction time? Because that would be a major issue. And my second question is, will the teachers need additional asynchronous days leading up to the transition to prepare to move for the hybrid? When do the preparation days come into play? Are we looking at calendar changes leading up to the transition? Thank you so much.
All right, the next speaker is Evangelina. Evangelina, please state your name, your full name. You have 5 minutes. Evangelina, go ahead. You have 5 minutes. All right, we'll go to the next speaker. The next speaker is Eddie Salcedo. Eddie, go ahead. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Smith, and to the board. I'm pleasantly surprised about the fact that there is actually some sort of resolution on the table here, something to take a look at. I will be honest and say that I did not have confidence that we would be at this point. So I'm happy that there is something to be contemplated here by the parents. A couple questions that I would suggest that we put forth to all of the principals as they hold the town hall meetings moving forward. And The first would be whether or not, if we know our particular teacher is going to be with our kid. So will we know whether or not our particular teacher will be opting in or opting out, whatever the reasons may be, personal health, whatever the reason may be, do we have to make a decision before we know whether or not we're going to remain with our same teacher? The second is realizing that there is HIPAA disclosure and other various related legal restrictions. Will we know if our teachers are vaccinated or not? Not that this should necessarily make the decision for us or not, but will we know if our teachers are vaccinated? Because we know that, as has been previously stated this evening on multiple fronts, that the opportunity for teachers to be vaccinated has been presented to them. And as with anything, that is a personal decision, but will we know whether or not our teacher is vaccinated? And then for the school board, I would suggest, strongly suggest, and hopefully get involved when at some point that a task force is put together proactively now, not in a semi-distant future, but now, that will review all of the issues that have prevented us from opening up to this point when New York school districts, Chicago school district, you've heard it over and over again, larger school districts than ours with less resources than ours have opened up to in-person learning 5 days a week. And we are here on March 16th having this discussion about our parents having to make a decision within a 3-day time window, 4-day time window, starting on the 18th. So proactively putting together a task force that said, why are we at this point? What were the negotiations like with the ABCUSD, the ASCSME, the CFASA? Why are we at this point? And so looking at that, what could we do better next time? And simultaneously, that task force, if it's not another task force, is exploring the real-time result of what April 12th looks like. What does April 12th look like to the end of the school year? So as you plan, as we all plan, as we all have discussions about what September is going to look like, or late August, we have real-time data that is our own based on our constituency, not someone else's, and find out what we can do to make sure that when we come back, what that looks like to be seen, because there could always be another surge. There could be childhood vaccinations, which they're now testing at 16 and older, whether or not people want to take those. But to put together 2 task force: one, what got us to this point, and 2, what can we learn in real time as we plan over the course of the next 4 months to make sure that when we come back in September, there's not an emergency MOU, there's not backdoor negotiations, or actually shouldn't frame it that way because I don't know the true facts, but what are the things that prevented us from being open to this point, and what can we learn in real time? So that would be my suggestion to the board. I will follow up with each of you and collectively in an email with this suggestion. But if it can also be addressed to our principals as they have their town hall meetings, whether or not we will know our teachers are going to be our teacher for the remainder of the year, and if they are vaccinated or not vaccinated, if they are going in person. Again, I'm pleasantly surprised, and I'd say that with no bit of sarcasm, just with true feelings of the fact that I didn't think we would be here. So I applaud the fact that the negotiations got us to this point where we do have a decision to make. Thank you very much, Mr. Smith. I am done for the evening, and thank you all again for your work, and hopefully we just keep learning from here.
All right, the next speaker is Kathy Bales.
Hi, can you hear me this time?
We can.
Great. Good evening, President Say, Board Trustees, and Superintendent Dr. Stu, and the ABC community. My name is Kathy Bales, and I have the great pleasure of serving the ABC community for 22 years as a school nurse. I would first like to express my gratitude to the ABC parents for trusting your ABC nurses with the health and well-being of your very precious children. Next, I would like to recognize and thank my fellow nurses and our supervisor for being a team that pursues excellence with passion. The nurses at ABC School District have come together to voice their concerns about the reopening of our schools. We are coming back to potentially the most significant student health crisis in decades, and at the same time, we are coming back shorthanded. We believe that a show of increased nurses will give students, parents, and teachers confidence to return to school. If you don't believe that we need more help to combat this pandemic, then you truly must believe that there are other priorities over our students' health and well-being. To date, over 145,000 children in LA County have contracted COVID, including one death, many being affected with multi-system inflammatory syndrome. As we prepare for reopening, we feel there is much more that can be done for safety. Where we spend our money reveals what is most important to the school district. As a parent, I would feel more confident in sending my child back to school knowing that there is a stronger nursing presence than there has been in the past. Many parent community groups over the last few months voiced concerns and shock to learn that nurses would not be at the schools daily to oversee that public health mandates were being followed and that their children were properly assessed, quarantined when ill, or followed up for a safe return back to school when they were exposed. While this pandemic is a physical crisis for most adults, it is an all-encompassing health crisis for all children. We need as many trained eyes to recognize the physical and mental health of our students. The known increase in mental health concern of our students lays a burden on an already shorthanded staff. Are we really prepared to deal with the onslaught of mental health issues and their accompanying physical issues that will occur in the upcoming few months? Currently, ABC has only 13.3 full-time working equivalent nurses for all 32 schools with a total of 19,628 students. That is a student nurse ratio of 1 to every 1,476 students. With 15 RNs, many of which are part-time, nurses can have up to 3 school sites. So for a part-time nurse with many sites, he or she can be assigned to his or her school site just 1 day per week. How can a nurse working 1 day at his or her school site follow up on sick kids that came to school sick, were sent home sick, as well as contact trace potential exposure to cases and follow up on COVID testing results? The answer is that they can't. We can't. There will be delays in action because we are simply spread too thin. This creates an unsafe situation in the school setting. A school nurse is a registered nurse required to have a minimum of a bachelor's degree as well as a school nurse credential. School nurses also have their public health license and are equipped to handle public health crises such as the COVID-19 pandemic. ABC is fortunate enough to have several nurse practitioners, 6 master's prepared nurses, and a nurse with a doctorate degree. Currently, school nurses run between their school sites, tending to the many challenging needs, and within the past several years, nurses have dealt with the increasing complexity of students requiring specialized care. ABC nurses currently have 44 diabetics, students needing care, and other students with trachs, G-tubes, catheterization, suctioning, and the list goes on.
You have 1 minute, Kathy.
Nurses are also part of the special ed team requiring IEP assessments, reports, meetings, follow-up, and communication with families. School nurses are crucial members of the educational team who attend to the health and well-being of all students and are a liaison with the family and medical care system. As you can see, nurses already have a full workload. When you add the addition of COVID-19 safety protocols, nurses become very concerned with the safety in our schools. Our department is here to plead for the hiring of more nurses. We want to be as prepared as we possibly can for what lies ahead. Every school deserves a school nurse that can be there daily to support the students, families, and staff through a pandemic. On behalf of the ABC school nurses, we would like to thank you for listening to our concerns, and we sincerely hope you will consider the needs of our students. Have a great evening.
Thank you, Kathy. The next speaker is Yvette Montoya.
Hi, good evening. Can
We
you
can
hear
hear
me?
you.
Oh, perfect. I am a parent of Nemus Elementary. And my question is, if we do not get a ratio of like 14 or 15-1, is there a possibility that those students get to return to school 4 days out of the week if the needs are not met? And I'm just thinking maybe that specific classroom the majority of them want to stay virtual learning and you only have like 6 show up. Is that a possibility? And my second question is, I have 2 boys and they attend NEMIS. Are they going to be allowed to sit next to each other or interact since they are from the same household, or will they be kept apart? That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is G. Centino.
Hello, thank you. Hello, board members, President Say, and Superintendent Dr. Sue. My name is Gail Centeno. I'm a parent of a sophomore and senior at Whitney High School. I'm also a high school teacher at Cerritos High School for the past 20 plus years. I first want to thank all the people involved with the reopening of schools, and I know it hasn't been an easy task, and I appreciate everyone's effort. As a high school teacher, I hope I can see my students in the classroom before the end of this school year. Seniors specifically have missed so many milestones. I'm glad to see the populations that most need assistance are given the option to come back to in-person instruction. If space permits, I would also hope you include other high school students as well. It was great to see our student athletes on the field the last 2 weeks. However, our student athletes have an issue with transportation. The school day ends at 2 p.m. for most. Many of our practices begin at 2 p.m. For those students who do not live close to campus, they either take a bus, a car ride from a family member, a bike ride, or even an Uber to get to practice. This issue can be resolved by simply having the student taught in classroom, if space, of course, permits. Again, thank you for your hard work on the reopening of schools, and thank you for listening.
Thank you. The next speaker is Megan Mitchell.
Thank you, Scott. Good evening to the Board of Trustees and Dr. Sue. I'm Megan Mitchell, a 5th grade teacher at Cerritos Elementary and a 7th grade parent at Carmenita. I appreciate the space to express my concern with the proposed reopening plan. And while I know that the work done by my labor union and the district officials was tedious and time consuming, and I appreciate the endeavors that they've taken to ensure that we provide our students, our families, and our teachers with the reopening plan that keeps students together, I would be remiss if I didn't express my concern that the current infrastructure of bandwidth and connectivity at our school sites is not capable of supporting the simultaneous virtual and in-person instruction as laid out. As a teacher, I am proud of the fact that the amazing students that I have the privilege of teaching have been successful in a collaborative, rigorous, and robust learning environment through Virtual Academy. I also know firsthand the struggles that we faced prior to school closures to host STAR testing and SBAC testing at my school site once a year. And I am really concerned that the environment that my students and I have created in Virtual Academy will fall to the wayside due to infrastructure issues. To say that I'm concerned is an understatement. I'm disheartened at the fact that no one has factored in or mentioned that funds will be allocated to ensure that all of the work my colleagues and I have done this year can be undone so quickly and so soon. Knowing the implications this has had on my students is heartbreaking. If this is the issue at what me at being at a North End school faces, I echo the sentiment and concern of my colleague, Susie Gomez, and want to plead with the board to ensure that we are considering the infrastructure issues that we're being faced, not just at the North End schools, but also our South End schools. We are once again staring at the major disparity in equity and support of our students within the district as a whole. Now, as a parent who will most likely be opting to keep my son virtual, I am worried that he will become a secondhand student due to the stress being put on his amazing teachers at Carmenita that have worked tirelessly this year to provide him with a 7th grade year that has been full of academic success and growth because he will not be in front of them. I have proudly watched his teachers, who I'm also proud to call my colleagues, continue to foster his love for learning and pouring into him. But yet my husband and I are now forced to make the decision of, if we continue to allow him to proceed virtually because of health and safety concerns within our own family, that he will lose out on all of the opportunity and collaboration that his teachers have provided him with, simply because of the bare minimum requirement of having proper access to quality Wi-Fi at schools is not being considered. To say this is frustrating and disappointing is, again, an understatement. While I trust that the board members and the that our elected board members and our district administrators will really take a look at this, I urge you to not ignore the cries and the sentiments of parents and my fellow coworkers, as it takes a lot of guts for us to stand up and to call into board meetings, because this is not easy. And we know that this could also be putting targets on our backs, but we are operating in the best interest of our students. And for me personally, my students and my son. Thank you.
The next speaker is Elise Briceño.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, good evening. My name is Elsie Briceño Simonowski, and I am a parent here of two beautiful daughters in the ABC Unified School District. And as a strong proponent of public education, being an educator myself for 23 years, and also a part of the community here in the ABC community within Gonzalez, Stowers, Carmenita, and Cerritos or Whitney High School, I just want to acknowledge those educators that are in our trajectory. I come here this evening because I want to advocate and celebrate the big turn that we're moving forward within our organization and within our community. Kids are at the cornerstone of the spirit that I advocate for, and I want to acknowledge and thank the hard work and the courageousness of Superintendent Sue, the executive cabinet, also the board members, and just members of the community that are very courageous, whether you are for the opening of schools or not. It is a very tough decision that we have to make hard decisions and advocacy for tonight. But I am going to be honest and say that I am going to wear my parent hat as an educator and vote in advocacy of reopening of schools. As an educator of 23 years, as a member of ACSA, and also as a member as a classroom teacher in LA County schools and also in Orange County schools, I've been able to see both the ups and downs of what opening schools look like for our children. I did hear this evening from a variety of individuals, from Susie, from Kathy, from Yabeth, from Centeno, just a lot of you this evening who talked about your different needs. And what I want to celebrate tonight is a power that ABC is giving all of us as parents, which is the power to choose. So whether we want to choose to stay in distance learning, or we want to go back to in-person learning, we have the choice to make those decisions. I fully entrust what ABC is offering tonight. And I want to champion behind Dr. Sue, because I know that that is a difficult piece to put into place, especially when you're looking at the science of the work that's been put in front of you. When our nurses talked this evening, it is a parent choice, but I want to say that the science is very favorable about our children. And more than anything else, it's about our children getting back into the practice. Dr. Anthony Fauci talks about the importance of mental health and physical health being at the cornerstone of the importance of the work for reopening schools. As an individual who works with nurses head on in my practice, our nurses definitely are looking at the whole picture. And I encourage not only nurses and those that are in the medical practice, the mental health practice, but also the educational practices to look at the whole child. And I know we've talked about that, or what we call the SEL, for many, many years, but we have to look at the needs today. It has been over a year. This last weekend marked the cornerstone of 1 year of having our kids in isolation. So my daughter, who is 9 years old, was 8 when this happened as a second grader at Stowers Elementary School. That had a large impact on her. And as a community member, that had a large impact as me, as a mom who was a soccer mom and a basketball mom and a swimming mom. That meant a lot to me. But more than anything else,
1 minute left, Elsie.
yes, more than anything else, what it meant is putting the needs of my child first and putting my biases second. And what we really need to recognize tonight is that to trust that the district has made their best efforts to move forward with reopening of schools, because it is not only the best for our kids, but the state of California has not only made every effort to vaccinate educators, to encourage task force, which I know already exists to progress monitor the efforts of schools, but more than anything else, to keep the needs of kids first as we open doors in April. So as you look at the reopening plans for tonight, all I want to do is celebrate that we have done everything, including bandwidth, to open schools. As an urban South Los Angeles County district, it's already happening. So all we need to do is entrust our educators, open doors, and rely on our classroom teachers. I love my classroom teachers
Your time is up.
and done. And I want to thank the Board of Education and our superintendent and everyone that's been a part of this process for allowing this moment to happen. So thank you.
Our next speaker is Rita. Rita, please state your full name. You have 5 minutes.
Next speaker.
Rita, okay, we do have one more speaker. Rita, we'll get back to you. Carla Perez Mendoza.
Hello. I will keep my comments brief. I just, as I mentioned earlier, I am also a parent and likely to select the virtual academy option. And I just want to reiterate my concerns about bandwidth, and that students who are part of the virtual academy are given the same opportunities to learn. So I understand that the minutes will be the same, and that is excellent, and I'm very happy about that news. However, I do know that it's a lot more than minutes that it takes to learn, right? They're the pedagogical practices that help integrate students into those learning environments. So also want to make sure that in addition to bandwidth, schools, teachers are being trained in ways to integrate kids who will not be in the classroom but are part of the virtual academy, so that they have equal opportunity to learn, to participate, to feel a part of the classroom environment. Because as many of you have noted, this is going to be a very personal decision, and I really applaud the choice that has been put before us as families, because we are still living in a pandemic. So it wouldn't be, it's not illogical for families to opt out of returning, right? And it is actually part of the conditions to returning to school is to have this option. But as another parent mentioned, I do hope that it's not at the expense of the learning that they've had thus far, and that virtual academy students don't then go on to become a different rate student, right? And that we are thinking about how to integrate the group in a way that we've seen has happened through this virtual academy setting. So anyway, I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
We will try Rita again. Rita, go ahead.
Rita, you can unmute.
Rita, we invite you to go ahead, if you're having technical difficulties, and provide public comment in the second public comment section. That is all the public comments, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you. Now I'm going to put back onto the board for our discussion right now. And, okay, I'm starting with Dr. Zeno. Second will be board member speech.
Thank you, Madam President. For this action item, it states there's approximately up to $6.3 million in additional funding. What is the source of the funding?
Thank you for the question. The source of the funding will be coming from the state of California. This is the in-person instruction grant that we will be receiving should we reopen in person. The condition to receive the funding is we have to reopen in person on or before April 1st. Any day after that, there will be a 1% reduction in the funding. So the source of funding will be the in-person grant from the state of California.
Thank you so much, sir. I have two more questions. As far as the requirement for hiring for nurses, is the requirement for them to be an RN, or can they also be an LVN?
So nurse hiring, it depends on their credentialing and having credentials to work in a school setting. So we work with each nurse and we look at their credential that they have.
Thank you. And last question, as far as the daily schedule, what is the projected start time and dismissal time daily?
So the start time and dismissal time should be fairly close to what it currently is in the virtual academy. However, we know that when we return students to in-person instruction, we will be providing transportation, and particularly for students in special education. So schools that have a lot of students who are requiring this transportation, there may be adjustments to their start and end time. And so we'll be working with schools so that they can communicate that information to their parents. But all of this is depending on us knowing which kids are coming back in person. But for the most part, the schedule should start and end very close to what they currently are.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. That's all I have.
Thank you. Mr. Beach?
Thank you, Madam President. I wanted to first say that I really feel we should be coming back TK through 12, and I see that that's in the MOU from the union, that is acceptable. So when it's the appropriate time, I'd like to make a friendly amendment to change the program here to read high school 9th through 12th grade. Further, I'd like to thank the union for choosing Model B. They listened to the parents and the board, and I greatly appreciate that. As far as the nurses, I think we should closely monitor the situation with our children and be ready to hire more if necessary. As far as the bandwidth, we have 4 weeks almost before April 12th, and I think we should do everything in our power to spend some of our one-time monies to upgrade that. Some of you may mention that I mentioned this back in September or October, that we should improve our technology in the classrooms with EV monies. I wish we would have done that, but we can still maybe get this done in time for April 12th. Next question is, how are we notifying the parents of this timeline? It's coming up in 3 days where they're going to have to make a decision and log in online. And, you know, we all know this because we're on the board and we're here, but I hope there's a real proactive outreach effort to notify parents about what the model is and give them time to reply. Also, in the MOU on page 96, it talks about for TK and specialized TK through 12 special education, if less than 12 or 14 students want to come back to live instruction, that they will come back on Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday, Friday. That's not mentioned in the plan here, so I'd like to hear from staff if that indeed is the plan. If less than 12 or 14 kids can be 6-foot distance in the classroom, they'll come back in both cohorts on Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday, Friday. Is that correct?
That is correct. And so we will, again, once we have the data as to which students are returning in person. If we find that the numbers are small, we will be offering a single cohort for that particular class with the possibility of students coming back in person Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday.
Okay, thank you, Madam President. I'd like to hear from my colleagues about the TK through 12, and if I hear consensus, I may come back and make an amendment if it's accepted. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Quick question. I know that we're looking at having, 2 cohorts and then virtual academy. This is the issue we had when we first started out, was at first it was hotspots. And then now I noticed that we're gonna try to upgrade our bandwidth. Is it gonna be enough to carry all of these computers that are hooked in? Also, while we're doing, testing, standardized testing and all of that, is that gonna be something that we have to worry about?
So Dr. Spriggs is prepared online. We can unmute him so that he can address the bandwidth. I think because of the consistency questions around it, we may want to hear from our Director of Information and Technology specifically about our efforts and what we're doing to address it and where our limitations are, because we want to be very clear on our limitations as well. So Dr. Spriggs, are you able to unmute and please address the concern that we're hearing from our board as well as from our public regarding our bandwidth?
I don't see him on the call right now.
Can we just get a follow-up then?
Yeah,
as soon as possible to the board and community?
He's coming back online, so, if we want to pause, if we want to move on and then have him, I just think because we keep hearing that over, he's here to address that specifically.
That's all I have, Madam President. Thank you.
So we can just come back.
Next will be Dr. Rios, and then following will be Ishii and my Vice VP, Ms. Field. Go ahead, Dr. Rios.
Hearing about the request for voice amplification and understanding that community was having a problem listening to us today, lets me know that that is something to prioritize, especially with teachers who have second language learners. I know that the state is giving us additional money to provide for these students, and so I'd like to let our families know that those students will have, not all, priority for some type of voice amplification or headset or something for the teachers to use that will ensure that the lesson is getting across clearly. And yeah, that's it.
Dr. Spriggs is here now. He's going to address both bandwidth as well as the voice lift amplification that Dr. Rios was just asking about. Dr. Spriggs?
Before I'm going, I just want to let you know it's close out 10:30 time.
Okay.
I asked my board colleague to extend it to 11:30. I think 1 hour, me and Dr. Sue think this is good enough for us to complete our today's meeting. Would that be okay? I need a consensus for this.
Yes.
Yep.
Yep? All in favor?
I'd like to request a 3-minute,
Break?
break after this item is voted on, Madam President.
Thank you. Okay, sure. So after this agenda finish, we'll take about 5 minutes break?
3 or 5 minutes.
Okay, 5 minutes break, then we'll come back. But let's go ahead. Back to you now, Dr. Mayfield.
Okay, I believe Dr. Spriggs is available to answer the bandwidth question as well as the voice amplification, voice lift question.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
That would be good.
Yes.
No. You frozen.
You hear me?
Yes.
Frozen.
Please speak.
Okay, thank you. All right, well, the bandwidth question obviously is of great concern. So let me try to spend time with this.
Not enough bandwidth now.
The current
Okay, so I think that unfortunately,
say the current simultaneous. Okay.
Joe is on internet too.
he's at home and he's having.
Don't just make a
Yeah,
phone
just
call.
call in, Dr. Spriggs, your internet is not, stable from home. Okay, we'll come back. I don't want to delay further,
Yeah.
but I know it is an important question.
But
It's not
12
answering tonight, we'll consider right.
Sean, do you have the budget for that? Yeah, maybe you can answer that too.
It's an option, it's not a budget issue,
Not a budget.
it's a timeline issue.
It's a plan issue.
We are doing both as quickly as we can.
Okay.
I'll let Dr. Strick, we're doing both as quickly as we can, but I'll let Dr. Strick answer that.
Yeah, just have them call back, use the cell phone, probably easier.
Is it not
Okay,
the
and let's
option?
continue, so we have, Dr. Leon, this is the question you have, right? You're waiting for us to read.
Well, I mean, I'm satisfied with Swan's answer that that is something definitely that the district is looking at.
Okay, so the next one will be, Mr. Nishii, please.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, staff and teachers, for your dedication to our students. I mean, I know it's not easy to teach like this. I mean, actually, I don't know. I'm not a teacher. But thank you for negotiating and giving us some real options that are part of what the parents want. So really listening to the parents and making sure that we have real options and not just something that's not there. I do have a question, but I don't think it's that much of a question. I see here that regarding high school, it says the priority for in-person instruction is for students who will benefit. And since the New York Times today indicated that all students actually benefit from hybrid, and our law provides and requires us to seek the most in-person attendance, that all students would have the option to be in person pursuant to the current rules that we have. I'm correct, right?
You are correct.
Thank you. So we may not even need to have an amendment because every student in our district is going to have a choice.
So let me clarify that.
Okay.
So, we are asking at the high school level to give us the opportunity to first bring back our priority group students. That will help us to have a real sense of the numbers of students who are requesting in-person instruction. So we're asking for grace and a gift of time to see how many families that fit those descriptors are opting back in. That will be a better indicator for us to go back and reassess if we can further open up our high schools to invite all 9th and 12th graders back. And so that is the request we have. It doesn't require board action. As staff, we are already positioning ourselves to be able to extend that invitation, but we would like to first bring back the priority group to assess where we are, to assess our bandwidth, to assess the situation, and then before we proceed to invite more students back on campus. So that is what we're asking.
So the priority students will be March 17th to March 19th. That is their timeline.
Correct. That will be this first group with all those students who select to start on April the 12th. That gives us the first week of school with all in-person students back in person. And then we can, in that 1 week time, assess where we are with numbers of students, with our bandwidth. And then if it seems that we are capable of expanding the high school to include more students, we will be prepared to make that offer if that's the direction we would like to go.
Okay. So approximately 1 week's time.
Approximately 1 week time to look out for the numbers.
But is it an issue of capability? Because in my opinion, I'm hoping and other people think the same, that we have to be capable for all our students, not exclude any students from the choice of coming back. So I understand that we need some grace to figure out some of the issues, but capability should not be one of those limiters in terms of providing all students the ability to choose to go in person. Because I know that, like I said, NBC said that 53% of students are not so happy in high school, and that the New York Times says that the hybrid did better psychologically than their virtual peers. So, again, I trust staff to come back within a week and not tell me that it's impossible, but that these are the ways that we're going to make it happen. So I appreciate that. And I know you guys are talking about that. Everybody's covered all the other important issues, so thank you, Madam President. That's the only further questions I have.
Thank you. VP, it's you?
Thank you, Madam President. When did we, exactly the accurate date that we received the green light from purple to red for our district? Do you know the exact date?
Yeah, today was the
Today. Yeah. It was today.
Yeah.
So, I just have to say really thank you to our staff and our teacher union to, working
working on the negotiation, because even just a month, like 6-7 weeks ago, you know, the teachers were not comfortable coming back. But things have changed, the vaccines rolled out, and the governor was, almost like, it's like a mandate to open up the school. If you don't open up the school, we're not gonna give you the grant, you know, to open up the school. So things have changed so much and so fast, but I know that our district seems like really worked hard to get this, you know, rolling, and, you know, we have come a long way with the pandemic uncertainty, changing policies and directions from state and county, from the governor, going from purple. We were in purple for a whole year, you know, and we were preparing for the red. And I know that the vaccines rolled out, and one way or the other, we have to open up. And the good news is, I think the simultaneous hybrid enrollment sounds very tempting, because I know I have a junior in high school, and, you know, today was the first day she went for tennis, extracurricular, which was fantastic. She came back all sweating, and just how the vibe is different. And I think that our parents have been waiting and waiting to come back. And, you know, having 12, 14 students doesn't seem that dangerous. But I still like to keep my child at home, and I have a choice. And the simultaneous hybrid is a great option for parents. I'm kind of tempted to send her 2 days a week now. I changed my mind today after hearing the presentation, because I want her to get out of her bed, you know? And I think that more importantly, with the mental health issue, I mean, our students have to be with other humans, you know? So thank you so much for working so hard. And really, I know our staff has to change plans and flip it around every time something changes. The direction of the pandemic changes, and now the vaccination is coming out. I want to really applaud our staff, and of course, it's not the end. We have to continue. There's so much work ahead for teachers to stretch themselves to do both, to teach the students in the classroom and to teach online. You know, that's heavy duty stuff. And also, more importantly, we would have to do a little bit of preparation and practice for the fall anyways, right? We would have to do that. So really, I think that this is a good start, and I think that the transition is great. I think we need to open up. So I'm all for it. Thank you very much. That is all.
Thank you. Member Beach, do you have any comment after that?
I'll hold off on my motion for now, or my friendly amendment. Our next meeting is April 20th, so we'll be prepared at that meeting to address high school, do you think?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
We will know before then.
Yeah, it doesn't require a vote.
This is approval.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Spriggs is on the line. Dr. Spriggs is on the line. Do you want to?
Yeah,
You would like to? Okay,
Yes.
the board would like to hear Dr. Spriggs respond to the question.
Well, wait till you finish, I have one.
Well, I just need to ask what
Dr.
Aaron,
Spriggs?
don't press the Aaron off.
Yeah, probably did,
Dr. Spriggs, please unmic and.
Okay, let's try that again. I'm here. My apology for that. That was embarrassing. I apologize, but let me address what is a concern. Infrastructure and bandwidth is essential and foundational. And let me try to clarify some of the things that I've been hearing this evening, okay? First of all, the current simultaneous model that Dr. Mayfield presented tonight is supportable. Okay, we've looked at what the model is, we've done our math calculations, and we're going to have a little room to spare with our bandwidth to support the model Dr. Mayfield presented tonight. So I feel confident about that. And I think everybody else should as well. The Wi-Fi at our schools is working and will support all the in-person students. Now, the Wi-Fi at our schools it's not old. but it's also not brand new. It's probably 3 different generations, maybe up to 5 years old. Okay. But keep in mind, we teach 20,000 students a day in person, and we get the job done. Not to say that we don't have issues that we have to address. Okay. But with this model, we will have half the students in our classrooms. So I do not expect Wi-Fi to be an issue. We see there lots of room for Wi-Fi. Our infrastructure, just to give you a little context, before this COVID emergency, on a daily basis, we were using approximately 20% of the capacity that we built into our school district. That means that we work very hard over a long period of time to have 80% headroom for growth. Now, who knew there was going to be an emergency? Okay. And luckily, we have that 80% headroom because we're going to be using it with this model coming just around the corner. Now, in the meantime, we have Measure BB, and we have that for a reason. We work many years, and that initiative is going to be some $70+ million just for technology. We've already begun these projects, but as you know, we can't flip a switch and double the network capacity at the same time we choose a learning model. It's just not possible. So we have what we have. And I'm telling you that with the model Dr. Mayfield presented, we are going to be fine throughout the remainder of this year. And keep in mind, it's not really the simultaneous instruction that we can't do. It's the question of what tools can we use. And I know that the union is disappointed that we cannot use Google Classroom with all 20,000 students simultaneously. And I want to apologize that I couldn't do more to make sure that it was more clear and that we didn't end up having the conversations we're having tonight. So I bear some of that responsibility, but I want you to know that we have good infrastructure. It's not a matter of our infrastructure is poor. It's just that we haven't finished our modernization project to have a world-class infrastructure that'll give us about 2,000% more bandwidth than we've been using prior. So that's what's coming. Now, in the meantime, we are taking actions to do what we can right here and now. So, for example, we are doubling a portion of our network contract with Spectrum. We're moving from 5 gigs to 10 gigs. We're going to double that pipeline that our schools use to communicate through the district. That pipeline is being doubled. That's something we can do without construction. It's done. The contract's already in our email box to get it done. In addition, we can optimize our older Wi-Fi. That will get the job done. And we're going to be working with schools. My staff's working very hard to pinpoint every school and every classroom where there is any concern for Wi-Fi coverage. So we want to take care of that before the students come back. Just as a point of information, all Wi-Fi will be replaced next year, every single access point. That's already in the works. This project has taken us a year just to get to the point that we can replace every Wi-Fi access point in the district. That's going to happen next school year, just so you know. I think you should also know that my department's working very hard, very closely with every school principal to determine the gaps that might exist in some of the classrooms. Most of our classrooms have TVs and projectors, but some do not. And some of the equipment's old and they want new stuff to try to maximize that environment. So we are knee deep in this project with a plan to do something extraordinary, and that is to push out quite a bit of supporting equipment that will involve, depending on the need of a classroom, large TVs, projectors. We will be soft installing those, obviously, because we're not going to be able to do a professional installation in a short period of time. But for those classrooms that need this, we'll have it for them. Many of our schools are asking for new document cameras. We standardized on a really nice new technology that not only serves as a document camera, but also a webcam, which means the teacher can point that camera at the whiteboard, do some work at the whiteboard so that the students can see what's happening at home. And then the voice lift amplification. And I did miss the question about the voice lift, but just so you know, the elementary schools are already halfway through, approximately, having the voice lift installed across all the elementary schools to be done by the end of April. That project will be done. And then we move to the middle schools in May and the high schools in June. And yes, it won't be as timely as we'd like it to be, but we have an extraordinary modernization, because that's partially part of the modernization, the voice lift project, something we put on the fast track, and we are doing it now because in response to the need to have voice amplification.
Thank you, Dr. Spriggs.
Okay.
Those responses, we can follow up with boards and board briefs if they would like more information.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, it's very helpful.
You're gonna stay
Okay.
here, right? Is that correct? I'm going to say. So let's take a 5-minute break and we'll come back. We're gonna go, no, I have a question then, sorry. Okay, couple questions, just evidence to show today. Will student in person at school still be allowed to Zoom?
When the student is physically in the classroom, they will not be allowed to Zoom or use Google Meet. They can use Google Classroom and all of those features.
The second question, what about students that are in person, have hearing issues? They rely on the closed captions, and we all know, they have to see face with the mask, they can't see the teacher's expression, and to understand what the teacher trying to say. So how can I help those students?
So we have our deaf and hard of hearing teacher, Dr. Park. She will work with students who are returning back to in-person to provide whatever assistive technology is available to help the quality of instruction for that student that's in person.
During my visit, a couple school districts, and I know some school, even the teacher, some teacher has a low voice, they will carry the speaker with them, tiny one.
Absolutely.
Do we have that?
That's the voice lift that Dr.
Voice
Spriggs
lift
is talking about.
Good, thank you. So, last question, oh boy, oh my goodness. Okay, oh my God. You guys have to forgive me. And I have two more very important questions. Actually, I get those from the public, and I think they really want me to present it for them. From a laptop, I thought I was going to do that. Okay, how is the classroom going to run? That's quite a few people they don't have the imagination. I saw how the other school they run for the both hyper and virtual. You need to tell a little briefly, the students walking there's a couple of things I need to know. First, how the students going to go into the classroom? We have different entry ways for them?
Yes. And so at the school site, over the next 3 days, schools will have specific parent meetings where they'll talk specifically about the entrance gate for their students when they come on campus, as well as the directional flow once they're on campus and entering the classroom. So each school has a map and will talk specifically about their own school COVID plan, and it will address those questions.
Okay, when they walk in the classroom, I know when they go to the playground, they're going to wait for the chance to get into the classroom. So when they're waiting, they say the outside playground wait for
So when students come on campus, they'll go through temperature check and screening, and they'll go directly to their classroom and be seated in their assigned seat.
If they show signs or symptoms, but patient has, student has.
If If the student is showing any signs of symptoms, they will be sent to the wellness space where they will sit until they've had a chance to calm down. We'll recheck their temperature. If they're still showing COVID signs, we'll contact their parents to pick them up immediately.
I saw how other schools run, and I'm asking how our teachers be ready for when you're doing the hybrid and virtual, how can they handle when the people at home have some questions to teacher, how they gonna connect with teachers, say, I have some questions, how do we do that, how do we manage that?
So the teacher will have a teacher station that will consist of their laptop and maybe a desktop, as well as the camera that you heard Dr. Spriggs speak about, which will enable them to see both their classroom that's in front of them as well as their classroom that's online. A teacher may choose to display the online classroom on the big screen TV. That's an option as well. And so teachers will be able to see both their students in person and in front of them. The person's in front of them, obviously, because they're sitting there, but from their device, the students who are online. The teachers have lecturers that are mobile, that can move around, that are not confined to just sitting in front of their laptop and talking directly to their screen. That's the purpose of the camera, because the camera will allow the students who are online to also see what the teacher is displaying on the board.
Thank you. The last question, this is talking about, we are doing the after the spring break. School will start after spring break. If the teacher or student that traveled outside the area, and what about the quarantine time for them?
Good question. So, the travel guidance is 10 days quarantine if they travel out of the state of California.
We've notified all staff that the current guidance in LA County is a 10-day quarantine. We will also be notifying families of that as well. If you leave the state or the country, then you have to do 10 calendar days before you can be back in person. So we will work, if there's an issue, we'll work with employees just like we normally would.
So it's gonna be effective staff and management, because you know what, some people may not show up because they're quarantined for 10 days, and then how, do you have a plan for that?
Yes, and we're already working on that. If there are any staff, they've already been communicating and working to take care of that.
Thank you so much. And now, any other discussion, any question? I'm asking my colleague here. If none, I want to thank you so much. This is a tough decision, and we know that last year we keep the children safe and staff safe, and now we go to another direction, we're reopening school, and we want to keep the students and the staff to be safe. So I want to thank you. I talked to Dr. Su and the staff members working very hard. We board very appreciate. So now I'm going to ask my board to vote. Okay, now Daniel, would you please roll call for us, please?
Dr. Apodaca?
Yes?
Mr. Beach?
Yes.
Dr. Eugenio?
Yes.
Mr. Nishi?
Yes.
Dr. Rios? Yes. Mrs. Day?
Yes?
Mrs. Yu?
Yes?
Motion passes 7-0.
Okay, so we will take 5 minutes and then recess at 10:36. 3 minutes? Okay, so board back at 10:35.
Madam President, do we need to do the expulsion policy tonight? Can you ask Dr. Sue if we need to do the expulsion? And can we not do the appointment?
They were looking.
We need to.
time consumed, I will ask my colleagues, give me consent. We are going to extend a couple of agenda tonight, which is agenda 1.38. And, and then 4.8-8, the two agenda, I asked my board to support me, extended to April 20. Then, and we're going to continue, but there's two agenda I'd like to pull out to extend to the next month.
Second, Ernie.
I'm running back. Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Oh.
Now, I also want to apologize, Dr. Eugenio's appointee and, oversight committees are waiting out there, for, calling back. So now, the next one, I would like to pull 1.2-8, committee member and student appointments to board advisory committee. May I have a motion to approve committee member and student appointment to board advisory committee? Can I have a motion and second?
Second, Nishi.
Now, I need to ask Dr. Eugenio, please introduce your appointee, please.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to introduce my appointee for the Strategic Planning Committee. Is Sylvester Ani. Sylvester Ani was born in Inglewood, California, was raised and lived in Cerritos for over 25 years, and his family came to the United States from Nigeria. He received his bachelor's degree in psychology at Azusa Pacific University and interned for 2 years at Low Cost Community Counseling Center, advocating for accessible mental health services and shadowing therapists. Since 2017, he has worked full-time as a caregiver with the autistic community, as well as individuals who have had traumatic brain injuries. Sylvester started volunteering at 59th Street Elementary School in 2019 as a mentor first, and then began introducing students to coding, entrepreneurship, and financial literacy in order to help impact the South Los Angeles community in a positive way. On March 6, 2020, Sylvester launched his nonprofit, The Love We Don't See. The focus of this organization is to highlight love within the community, prioritize education, and create safe spaces for youth to invest in themselves. The sectors he believes would best tackle the racial wealth gap and systemic racism are coding, programming, entrepreneurship, financial literacy, multicultural psychology, and social emotional learning. Sylvester, would you like to say a couple words?
Yes, can you hear me? I appreciate you appointing me to this position and giving me the opportunity to serve and be a servant to the students, the teachers, everybody that's a part of the school district. When I think about Dr. King, and that's one of my idols, one thing he talked about was the importance of serving others and how it's important to do things for others because we all have what we have because of others. And the beautiful thing that he said about, serving others is that he changed the definition. We changed the definition around serving, and we changed that to equating to greatness. And he said that the person that's greatest among us shall be a servant to others. And the beautiful thing about that is that when we serve, everybody can do that. Everybody has the opportunity to serve people, so everybody can be great, and it's inclusive, and it's something that I've dedicated my life to, and I'm happy that Dr. Eugenio is allowing me the opportunity to continue that service to others. So, thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. First, any discussion from our board here? Thank you, Rachel, for waiting for quite a long time, but you're welcome. So now I may ask the board to vote for. And Danielle, can you please roll call, please?
Dr. Apodaca?
Yes.
Mr. Beach?
Yes.
Dr. Eugenio?
Yes.
Mr. Nishi?
Yes.
Dr. Rios? Yes. Mrs. Day?
Yes?
Mrs. Yu?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you, Ms. Ani. Next one is 1.3-8, oh no, I'm sorry, 1.4-8, resolution of 20-61 to modify the 2020 to 2021 school year only minimized academic standard board policy 6145.2. May I have a motion to adopt this resolution 2061 to modify the 2020-2021 school year only minimized academic standard board policy of 6145.2. I need a motion and second.
You have your motion to adopt?
Second.
Do we have any public comment on this one? Is it none? Any discussion from my board? If none, Danielle, please roll call.
Dr. Abenaka?
Yes.
Mr. B?
Yes.
Dr. Eugenio?
Yes.
Mr. Nishi?
Yes.
Dr. Rios? Yes. Mrs. Tay?
Yes?
Mrs. Yu? Yes. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Next one is 1.8-8, community member reappointments to the Citizens Oversight Committee. May I have a motion to approve community members reappointed to the Citizens Oversight?
Apodaca, so moved.
Second.
Second. Mr. Nguyen, do you have anything to say?
Yes, real quickly, this is a legal requirement from the board. You appointed we formed the Citizen Oversight Committee, due to the passage of Measure BB, and on March of 2019, you appointed these community members for a term of 2 years. You can reappoint them up to 3 years term, so they can serve a total of 6 years. For continuity purposes, the members of this committee have been working together very well, so our recommendation is that you will reappoint them to this committee.
Anyone wishing to make public comment on this agenda, please use the raise your hand feature on the Zoom at this time. Do we have any, Mr.?
I don't know if any of the members of the committee is still on the
Do we
line.
have
If they,
Are they still there?
Yep, we're still here.
Oh, thank you for waiting.
Not a problem.
Okay. Hi, Mr. Yao, how are you?
I'm good. I'm good. I'll probably reserve my comments for the portion of the COC report.
so they will present the annual report to you in the next action item. So this
Okay.
is just the
So
reappointment.
just a reappointment. With just a reappointment, we want to thank you so much, for your services and appreciate it. I know you have small children at home, but you are fully entire energy on this committee. We really sincerely appreciate it. And do you have any questions, anything, or no?
No, on behalf of our entire committee, we're proud to serve. We take a lot of pride in our work, and we look forward to presenting our findings.
Thank you, President Yao. So now I'm put it back to my board. Do we have any discussion about this matter? Hearing none, then you please roll call.
Just
You
one
have no
question.
question? Okay, we have member Mr. Nishi, the clerk.
So we've rechecked the qualifications that they're in the various organizations that qualify them to be members of a particular.
Yes, we checked 2 years ago, and they are still current.
Thank you.
Anyone else? If none, Daniel, can you roll call for me, please?
Dr. Abenaka?
Yes.
Mr. B?
Yes.
Dr. Eugenio?
Yes.
Mr. Nishi?
Yes.
Dr. Rios? Yes. Mrs. Tay?
Yes?
Mrs. Yu?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Our next one is 4.5-8, Measure BB General Obligation Bond Annual Report. May I have a motion to accept the Measure BB General Obligation Bond Annual Report as presented by the member of the Citizen Oversight Committee? I have the motion and second.
Apodaca, so moved. Ernie Nishi, second.
Thank you, Mr. Yun.
Thank you. Real quickly, annually, the law requires that the Citizen Oversight Committee presents to the board an annual report based on the audit report provided by the outside auditor of their findings, of their work, and the important thing is that whether expenditures came out of the Measure BB fund was in compliance with the voters' approved project list. So tonight we have Chairman Simon Yao of the COC and of the Citizen Oversight Committee, and Vice Chairman William Zylstra will be presenting the report to the board. Chairman Yao.
Thank you, everybody. Good evening. I feel like it's been pretty heavy, so let's help me steer the committee into something lighthearted, fiscal oversight and accounting for the kids that are staying up at home. So my name is Simon. I am the current chair of the Citizen Oversight Committee, or COC. For the folks joining in from home, the Citizen Oversight Committee, or COC, is a seven-member independent oversight panel established pursuant to the requirements of Measure BB, which is our school construction bond measure, as passed by voters of the ABC Unified School District and by state law. The charge of the COC is to oversee the permissible and prudent expenditure of funds for the financing, modernization, and construction of school facilities within its district. The members of the COC were randomly drawn from a volunteer pool of 7 identified stakeholder categories as directed by state law. And before I forget, I want to recognize our current COC members for their long hours and dedicated work they have offered to the greater ABC community. Mr. Zylstra, Mr. Bowman, Mrs. Colon, Mr. Yu, Mr. Zermenio, Mr. Vazazi Rani, and his replacement, Mr. Bedford Sr. And if you forget or you're not familiar with any of our names, it means the district and the COC is doing its job. So all is well. And while we come from very diverse backgrounds, each of us are singularly focused on ensuring each tax dollar is spent on what the voters approved. Just a quick recap, starting May 2019, following our selection, we have met 4 times in 2019, 3 times in 2020, and 1 time this far in 2021. And beyond the meetings, we have taken time to meet with stakeholders across the district and also visit project sites to kind of inspect the construction and the work put forth. We have poured over the purchasing, the recording, and all the reporting of all related expenses and met with all the various staffs on the district to review the internal controls and maintenance efforts. We have asked the tough questions, we reviewed the financial and audit reports, and we held the district staff accountable. The public accountancy firm, Nigro & Nigro, the independent public accounting firm, conducted the financial and performance audit of the Measure BB Fund. A measure from Nigro, representative from Nigro presented their audit to the COC in our February meeting and reported that the district has properly accounted for expenditures in the bond program. The committee has reviewed and accepted the report and its finding as presented. And now I'm going to have to read this statement. It's important. The COC reports to the best of its knowledge that ABC District is in compliance with the requirements of Article 13A of the California Constitution, and that the bond funds has been spent only for projects in categories approved in Measure BB, and no bond funds were used unlawfully or in lieu of other operating expenses. The committee looks forward to continuing its efforts to ensure bond funds are spent wisely and keep the greater ABC community informed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Don't go, Simon, okay? I'd like to ask again, do we have any public comment regarding the Oversight Committee?
Madam Clerk, there are 2 hands raised right now. I just want to make sure that these hands raised are for this agenda item, the Bond Oversight Committee's annual report. If that's the case, please leave your hand up. If not, please lower your hand. All right, I see both hands are still up, so we will give this a shot. I'm not certain that they're calling in for this agenda item. The first public speaker is Julia Gavilanes. Julia, you can unmute. If you are... Hold on. Are you here to make a public comment on Measure B?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, good, okay. Good evening, board members, superintendent, and ABC community. I was not planning on speaking tonight, but as a
Julia, can I pause for you just a second? Are you making a comment on Measure BB?
Oh, no, I was gonna make a comment about the reopening of the schools.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to wait till the second public comment section later in the presentation.
Oh, sure, no problem.
Thank you. We do have another hand raised. The name is Malabiki. All right, I do not think we have any public comments.
Thank you. Now back to the board for discussion. I know Dr. Apodaca, you have some.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to make sure that the scope of this is not lost on the public, even though it's almost 11 o'clock at night, and we were, obviously, the most heavy thing tonight was reopening schools. This is an enormous undertaking that we've asked these volunteers, to endure. And as members of the public, the fact that they can, independently, completely and totally independent of us, come in and say that every single dollar has been accounted for, every single taxpayer dollar has been accounted for its stated purpose, I think is phenomenal. And I think that's something that should be publicized far and wide by us as our representatives for our areas. And I think that the taxpayers should know that this district is keeping up their end of the bargain by having that independent oversight. So I want to make sure to personally thank each and every one of you for, again, enduring this. As Chairman Simon Yao said, this is not, something that's fabulous. It's basically finance and accounting, and yet they stood up and they're willing to renew their terms. They signed up to do this again. So I want to say thank you very much, and I thank you, and I know the public thanks you as well for ensuring that we're being good stewards of their tax funds. That's all, Madam President. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll
Maybe.
just make it really short.
Okay.
I mean, looking at the bond program implementation award project, I want to thank all the oversight community members for putting in the time and the effort during this challenging pandemic time. And I'm glad that our students will come back to a school with improvement in their campuses. And ironically, this was a good time to work on some of the bond projects because no one was on campus. So, I hope that we could continue to use the good time to do so throughout the end of the summer. Thank you very much.
Anyone else? If not, I want to thank you, Chairman Yao, and our committee members. Thank you. Actually, I witnessed one of the projects you had done. It's wonderful, which is our children's playground. It's mostly the parent happy, the children also very happy. The most important is the safe for our children. No more wood chips there. So thank you very much, Chairman Yao and committee members. So in that, I'm gonna close our discussion. Daniel, please, roll call, please.
Dr. Apodaca?
Yes.
Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Dr. Eugenio?
Yes.
Mr. Nishi?
Yes.
Dr. Rios?
Yes.
Mrs. Day?
Yes.
Mrs. Yu?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Next one is 2.3-8. May I have a motion to approve memorandum of understanding between the Board of Education and California School Employee Association, which is CSEA, and ABC Chapter Number 24, regarding return to work for 2020-2021. I have a motion and second.
So moved, Nishi.
Second, Apodaca.
Thank you. Any public comments? None? Any discussion from the board? If none, Daniel, please, roll call for me, please.
Dr. Apodaca?
Yes.
Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Dr. Eugenio?
Yes.
Mr. Nishi?
Yes.
Dr. Rios?
Yes.
Mrs. Day?
Yes.
Mrs. Yu?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Next one is 2.4-8. May I have a motion to approve the memorandum of understanding between the Board of Education and California School Employee Association, which is called CSEA, and ABC Chapter 24, regarding COVID-19 compensation for 2021 to 2021.
Move to approve.
Any second?
Second.
Thank you. Do we have public comments, Mr. Smith? None? Any discussions from our board here? If it's none, Daniel, would you please roll call for me, please?
Dr. Apodaca?
Yes?
Mr. Beach?
Yes.
Dr. Eugenio?
No.
Mr. Nishi?
Yes?
Dr. Rios? Yes. Mrs. Day?
Yes?
Mrs. Yu? Yes. Motion passes 6-1.
Next one, 2.5-8. I have a motion to approve the memorandum of understanding between Board of Education and ABC Federation of Teachers, Local 2317, California Federation of Teachers, American Federation of Teachers, AFL-CIO, regarding retirement incentives and updates to CTE teacher evaluation. The language for the 2020 to 2021 school year. May I have a motion and second?
Motion to approve.
Apodaca, second.
Thank you. Any public comment, Mr. Smith?
How about this item?
Okay. Any discussion from my board here?
Madam President,
Yes.
this is something that we must vote on tonight?
Yes,
Is
this
it
one, yes.
mandatory?
All
Because this is-
together from 22.38
well, this is related to retirement. I have a question.
Dr. Yeah, go ahead,
Dr.
Dr. Zelo.
So, yes, if you can vote on this evening, that allows us to have people proceed forward with submitting if they're looking for retirement, the process.
Okay, then I'd like to see a report on it then.
Okay.
What is the objective? I mean, if we have to vote on tonight, I'd like to know details.
Okay, so, the objective was to, move forward with, trying to handle any issues we may have with declining enrollment, and to, provide an incentive to have some of our more veteran teachers, move toward retirement in the hope that we then don't have to lay off employees with decline.
Thank you. 94.
Any other comments from my colleague here? If not, Daniel, are we finished, Mr. Nishi? You okay?
Is there a projected total cost of this? Just projected, because we've done this last year.
So, anticipating maybe possibly 30 retirees is what we're thinking we may see. So, you would take the 50,000 times the retirees.
Thank you, that's good. I understand. Okay, no further questions.
Okay, thank you. So, none? Daniel, please roll call for me, please.
Dr. Apodaca?
Yes.
Mr. Beach?
Yes.
Dr. Eugenio?
Yes.
Mr. Nishi?
Yes?
Dr. Rios? Yes. Mrs. Day?
Yes?
Mrs. Yu? Yes. Motion passes 7-0.
This one pretty close to 2.6-8. May I have a motion to approve the memorandum of understanding between the Board of Education and ABC Federation of Teachers, Local Number 2317, California Federation of Teachers, American Federation of Teachers / AFL-CIO, regarding Spring 2021 simulate hybrid model for in-person instruction for the 2020 to 2021 school year. May I have a motion and second?
Apodaca, so moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment there, Mr. Smith and Clerk Michi?
Mr. Smith, any public comment?
Mr. Smith, do we have any?
No,
No?
not this time, I'm sorry.
Okay, now back to the board. Any discussion?
Yes, just that this is an important step forward to properly make sure that the teachers are,
The hybrid?
this is an issue of a very difficult way of teaching. It's not the same thing as doing what they did before, so if you work harder, you do more, then you need to pay for that. So I just want to explain that to the public.
Yes, Dr. Apodaca?
I'm guessing, I heard it earlier during the general comments, this is available to the public, correct? This is posted online for the public to view. It's in our agenda, just select agenda with backup on our website. You should be able to to read this as well. That's all, Madam President. Thank you.
Thank
So
you.
as a,
Go ahead, Ms. Yu.
for, Dr. Kwan, and Dr. Zillow. So this is for the unit members who will provide additional supervision services at a school site and unit members who will provide, can you just give us a little bit of explanation, what are those extra supervision hours?
Sure. So for teachers, at the school sites, we need support, having teachers in classrooms 30 minutes before school starts, before their instructional day begins, to have a place for students to go so they can remain physically distant. We need staff to help us maintain the hallways and spaces as kids are coming in, to keep them distant, to make sure not too many children go in the restrooms, things like that, as well as helping at dismissal after their instructional day. So helping with the distancing of kids, making sure they can move around without congregating and creating spaces that are unsafe for children. In addition, some of our staff will provide additional support for kids, either after school hours or before school hours, depending on what their background is and what their needs are. So depending on what they're doing, they might be doing extra work with like grab-and-go materials for preschool. They might be doing additional contact with families that are in the distance learning.
So we're looking at like every 1 hour extra a day.
Correct. Everyone would have extra 4 days of the week. Wednesdays would remain the same.
Thank you.
Any other? Yes, Dr. Henio?
More discussion comment. I'd like to say I'm in favor of compensation for working roughly 1 more hour, which the teachers would receive $40 per hour, which would equate to $160 per week. But I don't understand why we're providing that extra $240. So I'm also in favor of a one-time payment for working remotely. But I'd like to speak in my own experience. In the middle of the pandemic, all California state employees, including CHP and my law enforcement agency, received a 9.23% decrease in pay due to the budget downfall during the pandemic. Also, as a home health physical therapist, I worked through the pandemic and visited patients in their homes without an increase in pay. I also like to note that the nurses over at USC County, Harbor, UCLA did not receive an increase in pay, and they worked through the pandemic. And note also, Los Angeles County Sheriff and LAPD were defunded in the middle of the pandemic and were asked to do more with less resources. So I find it difficult for to articulate this $400 per week to return to work. That's all I have.
I just want to remind my colleague here, this is actually related negotiation. The staff has to negotiate with the teachers, because in person, they're taking 15 students plus additional things. Versus, I'm a medical background person too. We give you assignment, there's a ratio there. Versus this ratio has to be both sides. As background as a teacher, I want to remind my colleague, it's not that easy to do the virtual and hybrid together. It's very tough. I'm teaching virtual right now, 34 students, 32 students. I'm okay, but if I have to do both sides, it's very tough. And this is related to negotiation with the neighbor. I just want to remind you that. Thank you, sir. Any other discussion? Yes, Ms.
Madam
Reed?
President, just a question for the public's benefit. Juan, where is this money coming from? Is it coming out of state funds or our general fund?
Thank you for the question. This money is coming out of the one-time state grant, the in-person instruction grant. Without the agreement or without the teachers coming back teaching in person, we will not be getting the grant money. So this is coming from the grant money, and we are paying the teachers the $45 an hour, so that's added up to $180. So the $220, the additional, is for to recognize that they are teaching with the different instructional models simultaneously. So that is the breakdown. That's the reason we have been working collaboratively with our union partners to get this agreement done, ratified by their members for the board to consider. So it is an agreement that will get us the funding, which to pay for the agreement itself. So without that, we would not be getting the $6.3 million in one-time funding for for in-person instruction because the funding is tied to school district offering in-person instruction. Without that, we will not get the funding. None of this will come out of the general fund. This is coming out of the one-time in-person instruction grant.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Dr. Apodaca?
Thank you, Madam President. Really quick, Cabinet, this document is also available to the public on our website, correct?
Yes.
Okay, that's all. Thank you, Madam President.
You're welcome. Okay. Any other discussion here? If none, I'm going to ask Daniel, please roll call.
Dr. Apodaca?
Yes?
Mr. Beach?
Yes.
Dr. Eugenio?
No.
Mr. Nishi?
Yes?
Dr. Rios? Yes. Mrs. Day?
Yes?
Mrs. Yu?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-1.
Next for 4.6-8, may I have a motion to approve bid award ABC 1562, optical internet service to Spectrum Enterprise as lowest responsible bidder. May I have a motion and second?
Dr. Dawkins, so moved.
Second, Sue?
Any public comments, Mr. Smith and Clerk, Mr. Nishi?
None on this item.
Thank you. Any discussion from the board? If none, can I have a vote, roll call, please?
Dr. Apodaca?
Yes?
Mr. Beach?
Yes.
Dr. Eugenio?
Yes.
Mr. Nishi?
Yes?
Dr. Rios?
Yes.
Mrs. Day?
Yes?
Mrs. Yu?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. 4.7-8, I have a motion to approve bid award ABC 1563, Artesia High School moderation to Keystone Builders as lowest responsible bidder. May I have a motion and second?
I motion to approve.
Second.
Any public comment, Mr. Smith?
None on this item.
Any discussion from my colleague here?
The President say there's a presentation from the bond program manager and the principal of Artesia High School regarding this item. I have asked them to be very, very brief,
Okay.
less than 5 minutes. It is a large item for the benefit of the public. The board has to approve an award, a modernization contract out of Measure BB fund, of about $9.3 million. This is the main modernization project for Artesia. So I will ask at this point, Mr. Carter, please be brief, under 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. And good evening, President Say, Vice President Yu, Dr. Cabinet and Board Trustees. I will be very brief, and thank you for the opportunity to present the so in developing the scope of work for Artesia High School, there was an immense amount of project team and the school site. And I brought today Sergio Garcia from Artesia High School, the principal of Artesia High School, to kind of talk about how we got to this point. And then I will further elaborate on the scope of work and finally ask the board to approve the contract. So if I still have Sergio with us tonight, I would appreciate if he could chime in and kind of give us a brief description of how we got to this point today.
Good evening, President Say, board members, Dr. Su. I can tell you that the way we got here is by working with each other, by really seeking advice from our community members, by really getting people involved into what the needs of Artesia High School were going to be. We're lucky to have the team that Ryan leads that is constantly talking to us, is always checking with us, making sure that we understand what the scope of the work is. And I can tell you that it's an ongoing conversation, and we're really happy to be moving forward, being the first high school for ABC Unified to hopefully complete this program.
Excellent. And just to reiterate his words, this has been an extremely collaborative process, and I really appreciate all put forth from the site. And cool. With that, we could talk about the scope. We'll be covering these bullet points. Restroom renovation, science wings, field, With that, I want to hone in on campus security. In our campus security package, we will be replacing our fire alarm, upgrading that, upgrading our PA system, our public announcements. Electronic door hardware on some of our select exterior doors. And, to answer some of the questions, sorry, that just skipped, some of the questions that came up tonight about campus, we are upgrading our infrastructure to 10 gig. Dr. Sprague had mentioned is an incredible. We're also supplying additional data to support the devices in the classrooms and ultra short throw interactive projectors to increase the interactive the teachers and their subject matter. Here's an example of some of the finishes at classroom and of our where we have the ultra short throw projectors, the large whiteboards, so on and so forth. Here's an example of restrooms before, and I know that is a high priority at Artesia High School to renovate the restrooms. So we've given you an example of the upgraded restrooms and what they will look like once the construction is completed. Moving on to our science wings, we are anticipating completely renovating all of our science wings at Artesia High School and bringing them up to 21st and 22nd technology. I want to talk about our synthetic field. We are going to completely be able to renovate providing this synthetic field that is going to be available to multiple different sports and provide their athletics program. Renovated field to play on. Finally, we'll talk about our media center, which is going to be somewhat of a central hub for the campus. Students to collaborate in these areas. This is going to be somewhat of a centerpiece for Artesia High School, and we're really excited to bring this new center with the technology that comes along with it to Artesia in this modernization. Finally, with that, we'll wrap it up. Questions that you may have on the scope, and that's all I have for this evening.
No public comments. What about, do you have any board discussion?
Four questions, real quick. So really quick, I've been told that it will cost $1 million more if we go back to school now. Is that true? 10-month delay if we go back to school now. Is that true? What is the program schedule? When is this going to be done? And the last one is real quick question about community input. I remember at some other city councils where they actually got to pick certain aspects of what they wanted. So I know that this is too late for this project, but maybe in the future, we would have a little bit more community input in terms of some of the details. I remember, like I said, they got to pick the color of the place or the style of the building. I'm not saying that we should have that choice, but at least something presented to us. It would be nice in the future, not today. So just the first three questions.
Thank you. Ryan, can you hear the question, or should I
Yes.
try to answer? Okay,
Yes, so I could take the question on the schedule. So currently our schedule is to be completed with all of the classroom renovations beginning of August this year. So by the time our students return to school for our next school year, high school's classrooms will be completed with their modernization. The only scope of work that they will have left from August through I think it's into September, is the media center at Artesia High School, which wouldn't impact the day-to-day of students' activities at the site.
Ryan, when you set up this project, have you ever consulted with the parents, community to give us some input?
So we didn't reach directly out to parents, but through you know, community input and input from community.
We work with closely with the schools in that, where staff and the principals and all staff have the input, because they will be the one who live and work there. So that's our process, but in the future, we can expand that to involve the community. So that having, to answer the questions about students are coming back now, we were not anticipating that. So in terms of them coming back now, yes, that will impact the schedule and the cost. That's why we are pulling the item for Whitney, because we are not able to complete the Whitney in a timely manner for the cost that was in front of you. So we have to go out and rebid the item on Whitney, and we'll bring it back to the board on April 20th with the new timeline and potentially with a new cost for the same project. With Artesia, because of the layout of the school, we were able to work around that as much as we can, and able to still finish the majority of the renovation by August, mid-August, or before students come back, without the media center and the field. So we'll finish that at a later time, but the schools or the classrooms will be done in time by August.
Any other questions here? If not, Daniel, can you vote, roll call for me, please?
Dr. Abbott?
Yes?
Mr. B?
Yes.
Dr. Eugenio?
Yes.
Mr. Nishi?
Yes.
Dr. Rios? Yes. Mrs. Day?
Yes?
Mrs. Yu?
Yes.
The motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. I want to remind my colleague here, we only have 10 minutes left here to the 11:30. So next one is the board member report. Do we have any? Mr. Beach?
Madam President, the first thing I wanted to discuss is we've all heard that there's been an increase in discrimination against Asian Americans in our country after the COVID-19 pandemic. My friend works at Torrance Unified as a vice principal, and their board last night adopted a resolution. The title of it was a resolution to denounce xenophobia and anti-Asian American and Pacific Islander sentiments due to the COVID-19 pandemic, and affirm our commitment to the well-being and safety of Asian Americans. I sent it to Dr. Sue. I believe she liked it. If there's board consensus, I'd like them to put it together for our district and cut it back to us by the April 20th meeting. Second, as far as the Whitney testing, I'd love if we could make any kind of accommodation to do some of the testing outside. I don't know if it's feasible or not, but if the cabinet could at least look at that, I think it would alleviate a lot of the parents' concerns. I'd like to thank the 6 Nixon families that donated the field trips at our school last year. I'd like to comment the IT staff for putting this together tonight on short notice. I noticed how old our equipment is in here. It's from the 90s. And once we've got the schools all together to start, maybe in the summer, if we could look at updating some high-def cameras in here and set this room up a little better, that would be excellent. I'd like to thank President Say for getting this meeting in person. I think we're really leading by example and showing our teachers that we're willing to meet in person, and we support them coming back. I like Kira's idea of some type of summer reading program. Maybe if we could just suggest to the principals to put that together. I know Dr. Tracy at Nixon would, and it keeps the kids reading. I think that's a great idea. And I'd like to wish everybody a happy Easter and a nice spring break.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else? Go ahead.
Quick.
1 minute for each one now.
Yes, 1 minute. ABC Diversity Contest at gmail.com. Please submit your entries. Money prizes. First place gets money. So elementary, middle, and high school. So what does diversity mean to you? Please draw it and submit it, and that would be great. Artesia High School has a fundraiser at the Loft. Please, everybody show up, because this really helps. They have no way of making money, so showing up at the Loft this week would be great. And thank you, staff, particularly Dr. Sue, for getting 1,178 employees vaccinated. That is an amazing thing to do. Not every school district has that. I don't take it for granted. So thank everybody for doing that, Dr. President Say for getting this in person. Again, leading by example is important. Thank you.
I want to thank you, actually, my colleagues, to support that too. Without any doubt, everyone just come today. I really want to appreciate it, and it shows how well that we want to represent to our employees, and I want to thank you. Anyone else? Go ahead.
I would like to take this time to thank the community, especially the moms during this pandemic. I know that you have to feed your family, your children, lunch and dinner. You usually it's one meal, but now it's been like 3 meals a day. Just hanging there a little bit longer. We're almost there. Changing times, changing environment, and the staff, and we're all working together to make the decision and plan that is best for our children. And I'm very thankful that parents have a choice. So just hang in there, hang tight, and thank you. I want to also ask that this simultaneous hybrid, I mean, this is really a taxing on the teachers, and I would really like to ask the principals and the teachers and the administrators to please assure that the quality of education will not fall for those students who choose to do just virtual. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Dr. Apodaca, please.
Thank you, Madam President. I wanted to take this opportunity again to thank Senator Padilla as well as Congresswoman Linda Sanchez for taking time out of their very busy schedules. Actually, Congresswoman Sanchez read 2 books, one for Cerritos Elementary as well as one for Hawaiian Elementary. And so we're very grateful to them with everything going on that they made time for our district. Also, I wanted to remind everyone how great it is that we're here. You know, we're actually here. When this all started, we had no idea exactly what was going to go on. We hoped everybody would make it through, but we didn't know how, we didn't know who or when, but we knew how, right? And so the fact that we're all here today, when so many of our friends, our family, our coworkers aren't, I think is a reason to be grateful and to give thanks. And even within our own ABC family, I know we've lost folks to this pandemic. So those of you at home, you know, just be grateful that we're actually having a conversation about how to reopen and get this going. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you for updating all of the information, and really appreciate it. And I believe our community also appreciate our board here. Thank you. So, no more further, I'll just make an announcement for next regular board meeting, Tuesday, April 20, 2021 at 7 p.m. Committee meeting, Strategy Planning Board Advisory Committee is on Tuesday, March 23rd at 6 p.m. They're all virtual meetings. Finance and Audit Board Advisory Committee will be on Thursday, March 25th, 6 p.m. Legislative Policy Board Advisory Committee on Wednesday, March 31st, 6:30 p.m. The special event, I'd like to make short, local holiday school close on April 2nd. We also starting our spring break, school close at April 5 to 9. Any second public comment, Mr. Smith and Clerk Nichii?
We do. We have one public comment right now. We actually have 2. The first one is from Daisy Lagaska. Daisy, you have 5 minutes, Daisy. Go ahead, unmute.
Hello? Hello? You guys can hear me?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yes, we can.
Okay. With all those things that you guys have done, all the things that you guys have talked, 75% is like we cannot understand. You know, I've been texting, I've been messaging, I've been doing my best to tell you guys that your sound suck. It's no good. You guys are just saying, you know, like yes to everything, and you guys don't even listen to what, you know, people are saying. It's not good reception. I'm having a headache already. I'm having a headache. I can go to the urgent care right now because my vertigo is so bad. I want to listen to you guys, but you're I don't know. We have $1 million in the Measure BB, and we are talking about, you know, all these upgraded things, and you guys cannot even fix that, whatever, you know, that microphone or whatever that is. It's so bad. And there are so many things that you guys talk about and approved and everything, and we cannot even understand. I don't know if that's just some of us or how many people have the same, you know, observation with me. It's so hard to understand. The echo is irritating, very bad. Seriously. And it's like, I don't know, it's so bad. It's so bad. It's not good at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Daisy. There's always room for improvement. We're looking for better next time. Thank you. The second one, please.
The next one is Ray Gear.
Wow.
Ray Garrett, ABC Federation of Teachers. I just want to thank all the board members who voted yes for the simultaneous hybrid agreement. That was many months in the making, a lot of listening to community members, board members, teachers, students even, and a lot of work went into that to make sure that it met the needs of most possible. Just to get into the nuances of the money issue, because I get it. Maybe there's some miscommunication, or maybe there's not enough information. But what you voted on was to compensate people for making changes and the trouble. But what you also voted for was using the state money to reopen. You also bought off. The union's not asking for negotiations for the rest of this year. You know, the only thing that was agreed to was a retirement package, because we knew that there's no ongoing money. And the only thing that we needed was to make sure that people felt like they were compensated for the work that they were doing for the last part of the year, because it's going to be really difficult for everybody. So, you know, that is one-time money that would not hit the bottom line. It doesn't hurt the current ending balance that you have right now, because this is all special money just for reopening. So anyway, I want to say thank you, you know, and as far as the retirement incentive, what that does is it gets FTEs off the table. It means we have 700 students that aren't here. And that means we don't need teachers necessarily to be here. And rather than lay them off, we're able to have a retirement incentive so they retire, leave the district, and then next year actually save the money for the 700 teachers, since we're getting the full ADA for them next year. So you actually, it's more than paying for the retirement incentive. So again, I just want to say thank you for voting for the simultaneous hybrid. You know, it was a yes vote, was a vote to open schools. And I find it ironic that the no vote was from somebody who told us to be grateful. Because, you know, a lot of people put a lot of work into this to make it happen. And to say that we should be grateful for a no vote doesn't get my vote. Thank you.
Board moves to adjourn. May I have a motion and second?
Madam President, a question. I believe we were going to have a special adjournment.
Oh, that's right. We're on the agenda here. Yeah, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I'm going to give the floor to you now.
Okay. Madam President, I ask that we move to adjourn in the name of all of those, in memory of all those who have died, who have succumbed to COVID-19, and I'd ask that we offer a brief moment of silence and then adjourn.
Okay, thank you.
That's my motion.
Okay, now motion to move to adjourn.
We need I will second that on the basis that I know people who passed away personally from COVID-19 in this terrible epidemic and have suffered greatly. Grandparents, regular parents that never got to see their kids again. So, yeah, that hits home for me. So thank you very much for that motion.
Thank you.
Yep, second.
Appreciate it. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Dr. Abalaka. Meeting adjourned.
Wow. Hi, everyone.
Aye.
So was there unofficial consensus for
Wait, is it closed?
the resolution?
Is it closed?